Chapter 498. Yi Tianyun didn't care about Elder Lei's state of mind. He didn't want to argue with Elder Lei, putting himself in their shoes. If he was also a member of the Phoenix clan, he would also feel some hostility toward a human. The two had different statuses, so naturally their thoughts were different. The human race was the most numerous, so they were aggressive towards the Divine Beast clan. Therefore, the Phoenix clan was easily captured and had their blood extracted and feathers plucked. It was quite cruel. Therefore, it was quite normal for the Phoenix clan to hate the entire human race. Yi Tianyun continued to crazily absorb the flames outside the Phoenix cave and continued to go deeper. The more he absorbed, the more he absorbed. Finally, he heard a pleasant voice. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully upgrading the Immortal Flame to high-grade Earth rank. The next level requires 5 million proficiency. He finally succeeded in upgrading it to high-grade Earth rank. This process was quite amazing. If he were to slowly upgrade it through alchemy, it would take a long time. He didn't know how long it would take to slowly reach this level. It's so cool. It would be great if this speed of upgrading could be maintained. Yi Tianyun felt quite comfortable. However, he needed more proficiency now. It wasn't easy to upgrade. No matter what, he had to absorb the Immortal Flame here first. After crazily absorbing all the way, he finally absorbed the empty cave entrance outside. If he continued to absorb, he would go down the passage. However, from here, he didn't see the Immortal Flame, but thick Inchi. It looked quite gloomy. You don't have to go down. That's the heavenly Yin fire. Even with the Immortal Flame, it's difficult to suppress the heavenly Yin fire, especially since it can't be cut off. The figures of the Great Elder and the others appeared behind him. When they saw that the Immortal Flame was gone, they walked in from the outside. Heavenly Yin fire. Yi Tianyun saw that the heavenly Yin fire was actually equivalent to an enhanced version of the Netherworld fire. It should be said that it was equivalent to a higher level of the Netherworld fire. That was the heavenly Yin fire, which balanced the Immortal Flame. No wonder the Netherheaven Divine Kingdom said that they could help. It turned out that they could absorb the heavenly Yin fire and the Immortal Flame. As long as one has the powerful heavenly Yin fire, they can devour the immortal fire. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be able to absorb the inextinguishable fire. It's all thanks to you that we were able to deal with the inextinguishable fire so quickly. Elder Luo laughed and felt that Yi Tianyun gave him a big surprise. If it weren't for him, it would not have been so fast. Thank you very much. I was a little rude before. Elder Lei hesitated for a moment, but he still chose to stand up and express his gratitude, completely putting down his pride. This action was not incited by the Great Elder and the others, but because Elder Lei felt apologetic, which was why he stood up and said it. It's fine. Different people have different opinions. I can understand what Elder Lei is thinking. Yi Tianyun nodded and didn't mind it too much. Yo, Elder Lei, I didn't expect you to be willing to apologize. Elder Luo was a little surprised. Why wouldn't I apologize? Do you think I'm an unreasonable person? I think I made a mistake. Can't I apologize? Elder Lei snorted coldly. Okay, it's my fault. I misunderstood you. Elder Luo patted him on the shoulder and said, Next time, come to my place for a drink. When was the last time you came to my place for a drink? Elder Luo, you don't want to hide the wine anymore? Elder Lei's eyes lit up. It seems that I have benefited a little. It's time to celebrate my granddaughter's return. Ahem. The Great Elder coughed, and the two of them immediately shut up. Now is indeed not the time to talk about this matter. Who knew that the Great Elder added, Going to drink wine, why didn't you call me? Yi Tianyun, who was next to him, really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They are really optimistic. They just solved a small matter, and now they want to discuss celebrating? Although the inextinguishable fire has been cleared, the heavenly fire is still emerging. If the evil soul below is not sealed, the heavenly fire will definitely continue to appear. But in terms of divine rune masters, have you found any divine rune grandmasters? The great elder's face turned serious and returned to the topic. There are a lot of new divine rune grandmasters, but their level is too ordinary. At least, they need to be at the soul point level. Most of them are at the soul point level. It is too difficult to find a divine rune grandmaster. They shook their heads and said, helplessly, we can only wait for news from our clansmen outside. It would be best if we can find one. The divine rune grandmaster level is divided into 3 levels: soul point, eye point, and life point. Different levels represent different levels of standards, and the list is quite detailed. Eye point is the most basic level, soul point is similar to the intermediate level, and life point is similar to the advanced level. The spirit race old ancestor and the state preceptor are at most equivalent to the eye point level or close to the soul point level. Tianyan feels that he should have reached the eye point level. After all, with the bonus of the heavenly eye, reaching the eye point level shouldn't be a problem. However, he still needs a little more experience to reach the divine rune grandmaster level. He only needs to spend some proficiency points to level up. At that time, combined with the ability of the heavenly eye, reaching the soul point level will definitely not be a problem. He immediately spent more than 100,000 proficiency points on the divine rune grandmaster level, and soon a pleasant voice sounded. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully leveling up divine rune grandmaster mastery to divine rune grandmaster mastery, finishing touch level. The next level requires 10 million proficiency points. This is really terrible. 10 million proficiency points. Who knows how long it will take to earn 10 million proficiency points? The road to leveling up is really long. You want to find a soul point level divine rune grandmaster? Actually, I am a soul point level divine rune grandmaster. Tianyan agreed readily. He has to complete this task. If not, he won't be able to get the reward. You are a soul point level divine rune grandmaster. They all looked at Tianyan in shock. Although they had seen it before, they still looked at him from head to toe, staring at him as if they were looking at a monster. Obviously, they were the real monsters, and the way they looked at Tianyan was more like looking at a monster. Yes, is there a problem? Tianyan looked at their shocked eyes and smiled. If anyone heard this, they would be incomparably shocked. You are really a divine rune grandmaster. They searched for a long time, but to no avail. Unless they went to the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom for help, it was really difficult to find a soul point level divine rune grandmaster. Chapter 499. Yes, I'm a grandmaster divine inscriptionist, and I'm even at the point soul level. Tianyan repeated himself so that they could hear him clearly. They glanced at each other in dismay. Being able to absorb the inextinguishable flames was already shocking enough, but he was also a grandmaster divine, inscriptionist. This couldn't be such a coincidence, right? They just happened to encounter it. Do you want to test it? Tianyan laughed. If they didn't trust him, they definitely had to test him. It's necessary. If you don't meet the standards, your life will be in danger. Hence, we have to do a strict test. This is a responsibility to us, and more importantly, to you. The great elder's expression was solemn. They couldn't afford to be careless. If they were to go down, they would be facing an extremely dangerous situation. Although Tianyan was trustworthy, everything had to be tested first. If he didn't meet the standards, it would be troublesome. Then where do we go for the test? Tianyan asked. We'll go outside for the test. As long as you can inscribe a divine inscription that meets the standards of a Grandmaster Divine Inscriptionist, we'll know if you've met the standards. The Great Elder's tone was filled with excitement. If he really met the standards, they would be able to solve the problem immediately. Not only could he control the inextinguishable flames, he was also a Grandmaster Divine Inscriptionist. What a lucky star. When they went out, they saw two people walking towards them. Tianyun was stunned when he saw them, and the other person was also stunned. It's you? The two people walking towards them were none other than Shopkeeper Yi and Pu Run. Shopkeeper Yi, I didn't expect to see you here. Tianyun smiled. He also saw Shopkeeper Yi carrying a box in his hands. It was the box that he had helped him open earlier. I didn't expect it either. Shopkeeper Yi was similarly surprised, especially when he came out with the Great Elder. You two know each other? The Great Elder and the rest were all astonished. Of course I do. Grand Elder, the divine imprint on the chest was opened by this little brother. If not for him, I wouldn't have been able to find someone to open it for me. Shopkeeper Yi patted the chest in his hands as he smiled. The divine runes on the chest were opened by him. The crowd glanced at each other in dismay. They all knew how difficult it was to open this box, and had even invited several grandmasters to try and open it. Some of them even tried to smash the box with brute force, but all of them ended in failure. The degree of toughness of the box was simply unimaginable. Yes, I didn't expect him to appear here, and with you in the Phoenix Cave. It's really strange. What's going on? Shopkeeper Yi was puzzled. Shortly after, they roughly discussed the situation. Only then did Shopkeeper Yi understand what was going on. He was even more surprised by Tianyun's ability. Tianyun also knew the identity of Shopkeeper Yi and the others. They were also members of the Phoenix clan, and Shopkeeper Yi was one of the elders, so he was addressed as Elder Yi. Pu Run was one of the younger generation of the Phoenix clan, and he was considered a good genius. He had been training with Shopkeeper Yi. The main reason was that Pu Ren was Shopkeeper Yi's nephew, so it was necessary to bring him out to train. So there's such a thing. If I knew that he had this kind of ability, I would have brought him here long ago. Shopkeeper Yi smiled and said, but there's no doubt about his divine inscriptions level. He can even decipher such a difficult divine inscriptions. You said that he's at the level of a grandmaster. I've already guessed this before, but since you've already said so, there's no need for me to test him. Shopkeeper Yi was full of confidence in Tianyun. He felt that he didn't even need to test Tianyun. No, the test still needs to be done. I will just carve a simple divine rune, and you will know after seeing it. Tianyun insisted on carving the divine rune to boost their confidence. Immediately, he took out a divine rune brush, which was of a relatively low grade, and began to carve a Grandmaster divine rune. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and he succeeded in carving a relatively complex divine rune. After carving the divine rune, everyone's eyes lit up. Tianyun was definitely at the level of a Grandmaster divine rune. Perhaps they didn't know how to carve divine runes, but they still understood the level of divine runes. Otherwise, they would have lived for so many years in vain. Not bad. It's really at the level of a Grandmaster divine rune, but the divine rune brush is a bit lacking. They all noticed the divine rune brush in Tianyun's hand. A soul tool divine rune brush was no different from garbage in their eyes. Even if it was thrown on the ground, they wouldn't bother to pick it up. A spirit king stage cultivator was so domineering. It just so happens that I brought back a few divine rune brushes. When someone came to buy my spirit herbs, they gave them to me to pay off the debt. Shopkeeper Yi took out 3 divine rune brushes and lined them up for Tianyun to choose. Come, Didn't you want to help us suppress the evil soul? Just pick one. The 3 divine rune brushes were of different grades. The highest grade was a mid-grade sacred artifact, and the lowest was a low-grade sacred artifact. At least, they were much better than the one in Yi Tianyun's hand. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll choose this one. Yi Tianyun didn't choose much, and directly chose a dragon beard divine rune brush. It's not the highest grade, just a low-grade sacred artifact. However, this divine rune brush was the most suitable for him. It had the power of a dragon's bloodline, which corresponded to his dragon god's bloodline. Shopkeeper Yi thought that Yi Tianyun would choose a middle-grade sacred tool, as he knew that Yi Tianyun would choose a high-grade sacred tool. Yes, this one suits me. Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate. A sacred artifact divine rune brush, coupled with the talent of the heavenly eye, would undoubtedly make it easier to inscribe divine runes. After choosing the divine rune brush, their eyes immediately turned to the box. This box has been opened. With the treasures inside, it will be much easier to suppress the evil soul. Elder Luo said from the side. Yes, after opening it, I rushed back immediately. Shopkeeper Yi opened the box, and a crazy phoenix fire emerged from it, but it was easily absorbed by him. For him, this was different from the immortal fire, and it was not difficult to suppress it. Without the phoenix fire, what appeared in front of him was a small, fiery red pearl. It looked like a drop of blood essence that had been solidified inside. Phoenix Imperial Blood Essence. Top sacred blood has amazing energy. After absorbing it, the bloodline power in the body will be greatly strengthened, and part of the phoenix's power will be obtained. It can also be used to suppress the power of evil. So it's Phoenix Blood Essence. Yi Tianyun thought it was some kind of treasure, such as a divine artifact. He didn't expect it to be Phoenix Blood Essence and the Phoenix Imperial Blood Essence. Chapter 500. Yes, it contains the Royal Phoenix Blood Essence. I couldn't open it, so I couldn't take it out to suppress the evil soul. Shopkeeper Yi smiled. Fortunately, you opened it for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use it here. Why is the Royal Phoenix Blood Essence in this box? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. This was sealed by the ancestors. It can only be used at a critical moment. It's just that it's a little difficult to unseal it, the Great Elder explained. Now that we have the Royal Phoenix Blood Essence, we can suppress the evil soul. This will undoubtedly reduce the pressure a lot. I've always heard about the evil soul. There are evil soul under the Phoenix Cave? Yi Tianyun was puzzled. Yes, there are a lot of evil soul under the Phoenix Cave. A long time ago, there was a race of evil spirit race that attacked our Phoenix clan. In the end, we couldn't destroy them, so we could only choose to suppress them. In order to suppress them, we spent a lot of effort, and many of our relatives left us. The Great Elder sighed. He felt a little pain when he thought of that incident. The other elders showed painful and angry expressions. Fortunately, everything was suppressed. Otherwise, they would have been attacked by the evil spirit race, and their fate would have been even more miserable. Elder Luo sighed, and his eyes showed the same pain. He seemed to be thinking of something, and his eyes were slightly red. This can only be suppressed, not completely destroyed. Yi Tianyun frowned. This meant that after the suppression, once the seal was broken again, it would definitely happen again. No one knew when it would stop. If we could destroy them, we would have destroyed them long ago. We can only use the immortal fire or the Phoenix Blood Essence to suppress them. They are too strong. Even our king can't suppress them for the time being. The Great Elder said. Remember, what about the Phoenix clan's patriarch? Yi Tianyun asked. Our patriarch went out to find a way to destroy them. He hasn't returned so far. If the patriarch came back, he would definitely be able to suppress them easily. There's no need to look for the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. The great elder shook his head. How long has your patriarch been gone? Eteonion was stunned. A patriarch going out personally? This was a bit too exaggerated. It's been a long time. It should have been more than a year. Who would have thought that the seal would suddenly be broken? The great elder shook his head, feeling rather helpless. At that time, the seal was quite stable and nothing had happened to it. However, it was broken in the blink of an eye. There was only one possibility, and that was that the evil soul had become stronger. So you're saying that you must use the Imperial Phoenix blood essence to suppress this evil soul? Eteonion asked. Yes, although you have the immortal flame, it is only limited to suppressing the heavenly flame. It is difficult to cause any harm to the evil soul. Look at all those inextinguishable flames. All of them being squeezed out is the best proof. This means that they are too powerful. If you don't use the Phoenix blood essence to suppress them, you won't even have the chance to seal them. The great elder said in a deep voice, those evil souls are too strong. Even if it was us, it would be difficult to resist them. Eteonion's heart skipped a beat. Were these evil souls really that strong? Didn't this mean that they had reached a higher level, the Saint King stage? The Saint King stage was stronger than the Spirit King stage. In this divine kingdom, the Saint King stage was the real king. If I can suppress them with my own strength, will you give me the Imperial Phoenix blood essence? Eteonion thought for a moment and said. They were startled and looked at each other. The great elder looked at him and said, if you could suppress them with your own strength, this Imperial Phoenix blood essence wouldn't be a problem at all. However, you don't know how terrifying that place is. It isn't something that can be easily suppressed. Without the Imperial Phoenix blood essence, you can't suppress them. The great elder said firmly. He knew that Eteonion's strength was not weak, but it didn't mean that he could suppress them. What if I can? Eteonion was very interested in the Imperial Phoenix blood essence. It might be able to enhance his strength. Eteonion could say this because he had the title of Soulbreaker. As long as the evil souls were filled with evil spirits, he would be able to suppress them. He didn't know if the Imperial Phoenix blood essence would have an effect on the evil souls, but it was better to say it in advance. If they threw it out immediately and found out later that he could suppress it, wouldn't it be a waste? If it's possible, I can give it to you. The great elder didn't hesitate and directly promised Eteonion. The others looked at each other. Eteonion was so confident. Well, when are we going down? Eteonion said. Let's not delay. If you don't have any problem, we can go down now. The great elder said solemnly. Well, I don't have any problem. Let's go down now. Eteonion nodded. This matter should not be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the worse the situation inside will be. Immediately, the great elder personally led the way and walked down with the help of his walking stick. At this time, he released his full strength and forced the heavenly fire back. Originally, we needed to use our flames to slowly repel the heavenly fire. Now, we need your help. The immortal fire is much stronger than our phoenix fire, and it can restrain the heavenly fire. The great elder said in a sincere tone, we will trouble you for everything. After this matter is over, you will always be a friend of our phoenix race. If you need help, we will do our best to help you. Eteonion nodded. He needed this kind of effect. He walked forward and glanced at the heavenly fire. He raised his hand and cast the swallowing heaven divine art again. The heavenly fire quickly rolled over and was absorbed into his body. The people next to him were shocked. They thought that Eteonion would use the immortal fire to kill them. Who would have thought that he would absorb it into his body? Was this not a big deal? 1,000 proficiency points, 2,000 proficiency points, 3,000 proficiency points. his proficiency points increased crazily. The netherworld fire and the heavenly Een fire belonged to the same type. After absorbing the netherworld fire, it was like a great tonic. Not bad. Absorbing the immortal fire will help the netherworld fire level up. If it can level up this time, it will be perfect. Etinion's eyes lit up. He just wanted to give it a try, but who would have thought that there would be no problem? Destroying the heavenly Een fire and absorbing it was undoubtedly more cost-effective. Little brother, is it okay for you to absorb it into your body like this? The Great Elder was worried that Eetianion wouldn't be able to withstand it. They all thought that Eetianion chose to absorb the heavenly Een fire into his body and then use the immortal fire to dissolve it, because no one could have two kinds of flames at the same time, especially two kinds of flames that restrained each other. Chapter 5:01. Along with Eetianion, Eetianion swallowed the heavenly Een fire without any difficulty. Although the heavenly Een fire's level was high, it wasn't difficult to absorb it, especially with the help of the divine tool, the Netherworld Pearl. Soon, a lot of heavenly Een fire was absorbed into Eetionion's body. The Great Elder, who was standing next to Eetianion, was shocked. Is there really no problem? Of course. Eetianion didn't have any problem absorbing the heavenly Een fire. It would only get stronger and stronger. Eetianion continued to absorb the heavenly Een fire like crazy. The deeper he went, the denser the heavenly Een fire became. His experience also soared rapidly. According to this situation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to level up to the heavenly level, as long as he absorbed the heavenly Een fire for a period of time. As they went deeper, the Great Elder's face became more and more solemn, because they knew that they were about to reach the area where the evil soul was located. Get ready, we are about to reach the seal. The Great Elder said solemnly. They nodded. Eetianion also wanted to see how strong the evil soul was. He wanted to see how strong the evil soul was to be able to put so many spirit king stage experts on guard. Eetianion had to take a closer look. Soon, after absorbing the heavenly Een fire in front of them, they changed from a downward passage to a flat road, straight to the front. When he came down, in addition to the terrifying heavenly Een fire, he saw a lot of divine rune arrays in the distance, which were engraved on the ground and the surrounding walls. Now, many of the divine runes on the walkway were destroyed, and even the surrounding divine runes were being burned by the heavenly Een fire. These divine runes were really hard. Even after being burned for so long, there were still a lot of them that weren't destroyed. In the innermost part of the walkway, there were two huge phoenix statues. One was a phoenix, and the other was a phoenix. Two divine beasts were suppressing a piece of land. The phoenix was a male and a female, so of course there were two of them here. However, their power couldn't completely suppress the evil soul, which caused the heavenly Een fire to continuously emerge from the ground and spread to the surroundings. As it spread, it incinerated the divine veins in the area, and just like that, a path was forcefully burned out. Under the phoenix stone statue is the suppressed evil soul. Eetianion could feel an extremely dangerous aura surging over from the ground. It was rather terrifying. That's not a statue, the Grand Elder said. It really is our ancestor. In order to suppress the evil soul, he transformed himself into a statue to suppress it for all eternity. When the Grand Elder and the others saw the statue, they were filled with deep veneration. If it weren't for them, this place would have fallen into enemy hands long ago. They were fleeing in all directions and had nowhere to settle down. Eetianion looked at the two statues, and his heart was filled with respect. This kind of dedication was worthy of respect. Ha ha ha, are you guys here? You guys will never be able to suppress me. Soon, I will be able to get out of here. At this moment, an eerie voice came from the ground in the distance, and spread throughout the tunnel. The echoes kept ringing in their ears. It was extremely strange. He didn't expect the vile soul to be able to speak. It seemed that the formation wouldn't be able to suppress it for long. If this continued, the vile soul would be able to break free. Bastard, this time we will seal you again. Next time, we will definitely find a way to destroy you. The Grand Elder shouted angrily. The walking stick in his hand fiercely struck the ground. A ray of light penetrated through the ground and rushed forward. Soon, it hit the bottom of the statue. Bang! It sounded as if it had hit something, but there didn't seem to be any changes. With this attack, you want to hurt me? Let your ancestor come in person. Maybe he can hurt me. You little guy, go back and cultivate for a few hundred years. The evil soul laughed and didn't care about the attack at all. Bastard! The Grand Elder's face darkened. He immediately looked at Tianyun and said, "Look at the divine runes here. Can you repair them one by one? As long as the divine runes here are repaired, his strength will be sharply reduced." "No problem." Tianyun quickly took out the dragon whisker divine pen. His eyes flashed, and he instantly opened his heavenly eye. The surrounding divine runes' grand array appeared in front of him one by one. The grand array here was indeed at the level of a divine rune grandmaster. The difficulty was quite high. Without a certain level, it would be really difficult to repair. But he had already prepared for it. There was no problem. After quickly cleaning up the heavenly fire here, he immediately began to carve again. The divine runes were quickly repaired. The speed was impeccable. This made them quite satisfied. According to this speed, they would soon be able to repair the divine runes here. As long as they were repaired, there wouldn't be too much danger when they approached the evil soul. Oh, you also found a divine rune grandmaster to repair the divine runes. This time, I won't let you repair them. The evil soul laughed heartily, and a terrifying heavenly fire swept over. It quickly turned into a huge black shadow that shrouded them. It was like a huge bat that glided over to them. Even if the evil soul was sealed, the attack it released was still extremely terrifying. Its battle power was as high as 500 million. A casual move could release such a terrifying power. One had to say that this evil soul was really terrifying. If it wasn't terrifying, how could it not be killed? Tianyun's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to mobilize his whole body's power to absorb it, the Great Elder's figure quickly blocked in front of him. The Great Elder fiercely waved his crutch and fiercely slammed it on the ground. A huge phoenix appeared on his body. With a loud cry, the terrifying phoenix fire covered the sky and pressed down. In an instant, its battle power reached 700 million. It fiercely ignited the black fog, but it didn't completely suppress it. The black fog continued to press down. "Break for me." The Great Elder roared. He swung the crutch in his hand and fiercely smashed it down. A sharp light split the black fog in the middle. Then a terrifying flame swallowed both sides. In the blink of an eye, the attack was completely swallowed. At this time, the crutch in the Great Elder's hand was no longer a crutch, but a long sword, a divine tool. "Oh, your strength is not bad. But can you suppress the speed at which I destroy the divine runes? I want to see whether the person you brought is faster than me in destroying or in repairing." The evil soul laughed loudly. The surrounding mountains shook, and the divine runes dimmed little by little. It seemed that the evil soul was about to break out. It wanted to completely break free from this seal. Chapter 5:02. After the evil soul crazily released its energy, it came from the ground, so the great clan elder and the others could not resist at all. Unless one suppressed the attack underground, Attacking from above would have no effect at all. However, if he were to resist it underground, there would only be one outcome. He would end up like the vile soul, helping to destroy the divine sigil. This would undoubtedly increase the speed of destruction and make matters worse. Grand Elder, what do we do now? There's no way for us to block this attack unless we get closer and attack. But according to the current situation, if we get too close, I'm afraid. Elder Luo and the others were worried. The situation was critical now. If they didn't take action now, it would be more dangerous. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. The great elder took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was ready to risk his life. Great elder. They all revealed looks of sorrow. They didn't want things to be like this at all. Release the Imperial Phoenix Blood essence later. Only then will you be able to suppress the evil soul's power. Then you can quickly repair the divine veins. The great elder said in a low voice, Great elder. Elder Lei's voice sounded a little strange. What's wrong? They all looked at Elder Lei and realized that he was pointing to the side, gesturing for them to look over. Grand Elder and the others turned their heads to look, puzzled, and found that Tianyun had already repaired quite a number of the divine glyphs. His recovery speed was astonishing. It took him only a short while to repair a divine sigil. His speed of destruction was far slower than Tianyun's recovery speed, but it completely crushed the vile soul's destruction speed. It could be said that even a few streets would be considered short. What kind of speed is this? How can the restoration of divine inscriptions be so fast? They were all dumbfounded. They thought that Elder Lei had seen something incredible, but when they took a closer look, it was really incredible. His recovery speed was too terrifying. The speed of his hand drawing was so fast that it left after images. It wasn't a big deal that the speed of the repair was fast. The key was that this was a Zongshi-level divine inscription, and it was extremely accurate, without the slightest error. Time and time again, he easily repaired these divine inscriptions. To him, it was as easy as flipping his hand. There wasn't the slightest bit of difficulty. The sound of his experience bar continuously rang out in his ears, signifying the success of the repair of the divine rune. Congratulations on repairing Grandmaster-level divine inscriptions. You've gained 2 million experience points and 3,000 proficiency points. Congratulations on repairing Grandmaster-level divine inscriptions. You've gained 3 million experience points and 5,000 proficiency points. Congratulations! Every time he repaired the divine inscriptions of different degrees of damage, he would gain quite a lot of experience points. He could not stop at all. Tianyun's strength grew more and more ferocious, and his recovery speed grew faster and faster. His speed of inscribing divine inscriptions was no joke. Even he himself was shocked by this speed. This was the true essence of fast, accurate, and fierce. What's going on? Who are you? How can your recovery speed be so fast? Vile Soul screamed. He thought that his speed of destruction would be even more shocking. Only now did he realize that the recovery speed of the human before him was even more terrifying. Compared to his destruction speed, Tianyun could repair 4 or 5, or even 7 or 8. This was the difference between them. His previous arrogant tone instantly fell to the bottom. The two of them could not be compared. Tianyun didn't want to waste the Imperial Phoenix Blood essence that he was about to obtain. He definitely didn't hold back and burst out with it, fiercely repairing the divine glyphs and suppressing this evil soul. Let's see how you can compete with me, you trash. Tianyun's eyes flashed. His cultivation might not be comparable to that of the evil soul, but when it came to repairing divine glyphs, he was not inferior. Absolutely no one could surpass his speed, unless a creator-level divine rune master came out. Otherwise, a divine rune grandmaster was trash in front of him. This This is impossible. How can the recovery speed of a divine rune grandmaster be so fast? The evil soul really couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He thought that he could make a comeback, but now it seemed that he was still being suppressed. As more and more divine glyphs were repaired, his strength was being suppressed more and more. The originally extremely terrifying aura was now getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, he wouldn't even need the Imperial Phoenix blood essence to suppress this evil soul. After his aura weakened, the amount of heavenly fire that was released became even less. It should be said that the amount that was released was enough, and it couldn't be released continuously. The evil soul also had a limit on his energy. If it was used up, he wouldn't be able to use it again. Because you are too inexperienced. Idiot! Tianyun said sarcastically and continued to repair. In this situation, the evil soul began to go crazy. All of a sudden, a lot of heavenly fire swept over here, all for the last struggle. However, the Great Elder and the others had already intercepted these several times weaker attacks and suppressed them, blocking in front of Tianyun. Leave this to us. You just focus on repairing. One by one, they blocked in front of Tianyun. Now, they were not afraid of the evil soul's power. They could easily resist it. Not to mention that they were not afraid. Tianyun was also not afraid under the suppression of the divine rune. His strength was greatly weakened. Originally, he could absorb this attack and continue to repair the divine rune, but after thinking about it, he gave up. At present, he should focus on repairing. He couldn't delay the time to avoid accidents. As the repair speed increased, the evil soul's voice became softer and softer. Its power became weaker and weaker. As long as the divine rune grand array was gradually perfected, its power would be suppressed by a large part. They quickly approached the phoenix statue. At this time, the evil soul's power was not strong, so it was not able to cause any threat to them. This time, it will definitely be suppressed by us again. The Great Elder and the others were happy. It seemed that everything was going smoothly. You trash! Don't even think of suppressing me. Don't even think about it. The evil soul suddenly formed a phantom in midair. It looked incomparably terrifying. They didn't expect that at the last moment it could still emerge from the ground and release such a terrifying power. It made the Great Elder and the others' hearts tremble. This was definitely the power of a holy king. Even if it was suppressed, the phantom power that was released still had such a terrifying power. I choose you. Become my fleshly body. Suddenly, the evil soul rushed towards Tianyun. It's too fast. It seems like the evil soul has already finalized this plan. When the evil soul thinks that Tianyun is weak, it will immediately rush towards Tianyun, trying to seize a body to escape from this place, or send part of its soul out of this place. Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to use the devouring heaven divine technique to absorb this evil soul, the title of Soul Ferryman suddenly released a golden light, enveloping him. Bang! The black shadow instantly collided with the golden light, then let out a scream. It was ruthlessly rebounded, hit the wall, and a large part of the wall caved in. Then, accompanied by a scream, it turned into smoke and shrank back. It was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries. Chapter 5:03. The Soul Ferryman title had no effect on the evil soul's attacks. Even if the evil soul attacked, it wouldn't be reflected back. However, if the evil soul rushed over, it would be equivalent to an evil being getting close to the evil soul. It was just that the Soul Ferryman title was limited to preventing evil beings from getting close to the evil soul. It had nothing to do with killing them. Therefore, the Soul Ferryman title was only used to prevent evil beings from getting close to the evil soul. It had nothing to do with killing them. Now that the evil soul had rushed over, the rebound force was even more terrifying, directly injuring itself and almost turning it into ashes. What kind of power is this? My strength. The evil soul screamed. It was injured by its own strength. Its aura suddenly weakened a lot. It was much weaker than before. If it was previously at the Saint King stage, now it was estimated that it had fallen to the Void Spirit stage. After repairing the divine runes, coupled with the rebound attack, its strength had been greatly weakened. What's going on? The Great Elder and the others were shocked. They really couldn't figure out what was going on. Everything was too strange. They thought that the evil soul would forcibly enter Etienne's body and then forcibly seize it or forcibly drill into it and refuse to come out. At that time, even if it couldn't seize Etienne's body, it would at least be able to damage his soul. If the soul was damaged, it would be unable to continue repairing the Great Array, let alone strengthening the seal. Who knew that the powerful evil soul would suddenly be reflected back? They didn't understand what was going on, and it was already over. Hurry, hurry, hurry up and seal it. At this time, the Great Elder next to him reacted and hurriedly shouted. While the evil soul was weakened, quickly seal it. This way there was no need to use the Imperial Phoenix blood essence to suppress it, undoubtedly playing a role in saving energy. Etienne nodded. He was completely fine. He could definitely continue to repair the seal. He lifted his foot and walked under the statue. There was a huge divine rune grand array here, now almost completely destroyed. If it was maintained for a period of time, it would be completely destroyed. He didn't waste any time and immediately began to repair. Without hesitation, he activated the crazy divine rune mode. The repair speed was quite amazing. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the rapid repair, no matter how many times they looked at it, they were still deeply shocked. If other grandmasters were here, they would definitely feel ashamed of their inferiority. If it was a grandmaster grade divine inscription or a 5th grade divine inscription, they wouldn't have any problems with such speed. The majority of grandmaster inscriptionists were able to do this, but to be able to repair a grandmaster level divine inscription in such a short period of time was simply unheard of, unless the creator level divine inscriptionist personally came, but this was only limited to legends. No one had ever seen a creator level divine inscriptionist. All of you, stop! Stop! After the vile soul recovered, it saw that the divine glyph formation was rapidly repairing itself, and it began to howl. He didn't want to continue being sealed here. This place was undoubtedly extremely lonely, even more so. It was just that his aura was already incomparably weak. Even if he wanted to struggle and break the divine inscription grand formation, it was already impossible. As the divine rune grand array repaired itself faster and faster, the sound grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. I will definitely be able to get out of here one day. No matter what kind of seal you put on me, it won't be able to seal me. The evil soul shouted one last time. Soon, his voice disappeared completely. Not a single sound could be heard. As long as he didn't kill the evil soul, he could destroy the seal, and the scene would repeat itself. If he didn't want this kind of thing to happen forever, there was only one condition, and that was to kill the evil soul. However, they didn't have the ability to kill the evil soul right now. However, Etienne was a bit tempted. When his cultivation level increased, he would definitely come back to kill the evil soul. For him, killing the evil soul was equivalent to a lot of treasures. With the appraisal, a lot of data appeared in front of the evil soul. Among them, there was an ancient treasure, which was definitely much rarer than the Tyrant's Stone Tablet. As long as he killed the evil soul, he would be able to get it. As for the other treasures, there was no need to even mention the divine tool. How could he not want to kill the evil soul? Not only would he be able to solve the Phoenix clan's problem, but he would also be able to earn a lot of money for himself. However, so far, he didn't have the ability to do this. He would have to wait until his cultivation level increased. He was at least at the late Spirit King stage, but it was impossible for him to be at the moment. As long as he had enough strength, he would definitely come back here again. At that time, he wouldn't be here to repair the divine glyph, but to break the divine glyph and let him out. Although he didn't need to fear the evil soul's possession, his attacks were still very terrifying. The key was that he couldn't kill the evil soul, and if it escaped, it would be very troublesome. Done. Successfully repaired the Grandmaster Divine Glyph Array. Reward: 10 million EXP, 10,000 proficiency. This was the biggest Divine Glyph Array he had repaired so far, and it was also the most difficult. The reward was undoubtedly more generous. If he could repair more Divine Glyph Arrays, he would be able to level up easily just by repairing the Divine Glyph here. Of course, if he wasn't in crazy mode, it would take a long time to repair it, and most importantly, it would consume a lot of energy. Finally, it's done. Etienne's face was pale. He had repaired so many Divine Glyph Arrays in a row, and it was already amazing that he could last until now. The faster the repair speed, the more spiritual power it consumed. Especially in terms of mental power, it was even more amazing. This was not calculated according to the time, but the consumption of spiritual power. Even if the repair was completed in 1 second, the consumption of spiritual power still had to be calculated according to the entire divine glyph. After he finished repairing the divine glyph array, he sat in meditation and began to recover. He had consumed too much spiritual power, and the spiritual power in his body was completely depleted. If he didn't recover a bit, he would have a problem walking. The Great Elder and the others looked at each other and didn't say anything, and then began to deal with the rest of the things. After that, there was nothing else to deal with. He just needed to clean up the heavenly fire in the surroundings or some damaged areas. It was enough to clean up these areas. After a while, when Etienne slightly recovered, he slowly opened his eyes, and at the same time, a pleasant sound entered his ears. Reward: 100 million EXP, 500, 000 crazy points, 100 Phoenix Clan favorability. Completed side quest: help Phoenix Clan solve the problem. Finally, the side quest was completed. No wonder the reward was not low. The difficulty was still very high. It's just that he didn't get the next side quest, which made him feel a bit regretful. Chapter 504. Little brother, are you awake? This is a recovery pill. Take it quickly. The Great Elder handed a pill to Etienne as soon as he saw him wake up. Etienne immediately sat down to meditate, so they didn't have a chance to talk to him. Thank you, Great Elder. Etienne took the pill without hesitation. This was a 4th grade recovery pill. It was definitely a holy pill. As soon as he took it, a cool feeling poured into his body and quickly restored his spiritual power. It was indeed a 4th grade recovery pill. It was much better than the one he brought with him. Since he had helped them so much, the Great Elder and the others would definitely not be stingy. They would definitely give him what he deserved. You're welcome. We should be the ones saying this. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. If it weren't for you, I would have died here. The Great Elder's eyes were full of gratitude. He didn't want to do this either. If he died, he wouldn't be able to continue managing the Phoenix Clan. He wanted to see the Phoenix Clan become stronger in the future. I brought him here. Elder Luo couldn't help but say. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Why did he keep holding on to this? But they had to admit that if Elder Luo didn't want to bring him here, they would be really busy. All right, I know you're good. Elder Lei laughed. He was in a good mood. The other elders felt the same way. It was such a big problem, but it was solved so easily. Most importantly, there were no casualties. How could they not be happy? This is your reward. Take it. I said before that if you don't need it, I'll give it to you. The Great Elder took the box and handed it to Yi Tianyun. He would never go back on his word. Yi Tianyun thanked the great elder. "Thank you, great elder." He accepted the blood essence of the imperial phoenix and would see when he could use it or who he could give it to. This kind of thing that was comparable to a divine artifact, the more the better. "You're welcome. In theory, this is not a reward. Go up first. We will entertain you well and fulfill our duty as a welcome guest." The great elder beamed with joy. Putting aside the reward for the time being, he had to entertain the entire Phoenix clan first. Originally, if he had asked the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom to help, the reward would have been too shocking. Giving them 20 drops of blood essence was not a big deal. In any case, ordinary Phoenix blood essence was enough. The most important thing was that there were 5 Phoenix eggs. This was too much. Now, even if they paid Yi Tianyun, they could just give him a few more divine artifacts. Moreover, they did not want to be friends with the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom, so they would rather give more treasures than to be friends with the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom. Speaking of which, every time you suppress this evil soul, do you throw in a drop of this royal phoenix's blood essence? Yi Tianyun asked after thinking for a moment. Yes, this is the only way to temporarily suppress him, and then quickly repair the divine veins. If not, we wouldn't even be able to get close to him. Just the aura he released made it so that we wouldn't be able to approach him easily, let alone focus on repairing his divine inscriptions. The great elder shook his head. "I feel that by throwing so much blood essence to the evil soul, it seems to be suppressing him, but in fact, it has evolved to the point where it can gradually devour the blood essence." Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice. "Otherwise, how could this evil soul become stronger and stronger? Under the situation where it is sealed, it can continue to absorb energy from below." They looked at each other, and there was a look of horror in each other's eyes. If they thought about it carefully, it was really possible. After such a long time, it might really be possible for the evil soul to adapt to the Phoenix blood essence. After being sealed for so long, it is really possible. The evil soul has been sealed for so long, and the energy it can absorb is very limited. Logically speaking, even if it breaks the seal, it should not be so strong. Could it be that what we did before was a mistake? The great elder thought about it and was a little shocked. No matter what, this evil soul must be eliminated as soon as possible. When the patriarch comes back, we must report this matter truthfully. Elder Luo and the others nodded, and their originally happy expressions suddenly became cold. Although the seal was successful, the evil soul was still not dead. If this continued, wouldn't it have to be sealed again? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyun. Immediately, the great elder looked at him and said firmly, "Little friend, if there is a problem with the seal, I hope you can come back and help us suppress this evil soul until we have the ability to eliminate it. Of course, we will give you a reasonable reward, and will never treat you badly. Of course, Yen, is here. I will definitely come back from time to see you." Yi Tianyun thought for a moment and frankly said, "In fact, I also have an idea to tell you this time." "What is it?" "You may as well say it. If we can help, we will definitely help." The great elder said in a deep voice, "To tell you the truth, I have a grudge with Ming Chun of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Elder Luo has seen this before." Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice, "So I want to ask for your help to deal with the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom." Their hearts trembled. Dealing with the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom together was equivalent to fighting against a huge divine kingdom. At that time, there would definitely be suffering. I am not asking you to send a large number of experts to support us, but to interfere with them and prevent them from going to the mortal world. My force is in the mortal world, so I am worried that they will attack. Eteonion said in a deep voice. In fact, we don't have a good impression of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, but it is too difficult to fight with them. There will definitely be countless casualties. We have to think about this carefully. The great elder said straightforwardly. If it wasn't for our hatred, we really couldn't do this, but it is not a problem to interfere with them. Of course, you are from the mortal world, so you can rest assured about this. It is not so easy to go to the mortal world from the underworld. The stronger the cultivation, the more difficult it is to go up. Ming Chen can't go up by himself, but it is not a problem to send some small fries and crab generals. The great elder said, if two strong experts go to the mortal world, it will easily cause the collapse of the world, so they can't go up. You can rest assured about this. So that's how it is. Yi Qianyun's heart calmed down a little. It seems that Ming Chen was just trying to scare him. Yi Tianyun knew that Ming Chen was just trying to scare him. How strong is the strongest that can't go up? Yi Tianyun asked. Late Spirit King stage. It's very difficult to go up. Unless you suppress your cultivation, then you can go up. But if they really want to harm you, they will still send early Spirit King stage cultivators or void Spirit stage cultivators. The great elder said, I will help you in this regard. If the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom makes any move, I will inform you immediately. Thank you, great elder, Yi Tianyun said gratefully. The heavenly netherworld divine kingdom must destroy them. At this moment, a pleasant voice came from above. It was pleasant, but it was dignified. Soon after, a red figure came down from above. Chapter 505. A beautiful woman with fiery red hair walked down from the passageway. Beneath her fiery red hair that reached her waist was a delicate face. However, her beautiful face was filled with dignity. She walked over with a frown on her face. Every step she took seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, giving off a harmonious feeling. Yi Tianyun was even more surprised when he heard the word patriarch. He thought that the patriarch of the Phoenix clan would be a man. He didn't expect it to be a woman. Yi Tianyun looked up and saw the detailed data of the Phoenix clan. 100 Water Phoenix, 7th layer Spirit King stage. Possesses an immortal fire that can destroy heaven and earth. It can be released at any time to burn everything. Has a strong talent. Bone age is 29 years old. Born with Phoenix divine body. Martial arts, Phoenix heavenly drive, Phoenix fire, Phoenix storm, etc. Weakness, extreme and cold attacks. Comprehensive combat power, 4500, 000, 000. Normal state. Can be killed to obtain. Yi Tianyun didn't care about the rest of the information. After all, it was impossible for him to kill the 100 Water Phoenix, so whatever she dropped had nothing to do with him. The information was quite eye-catching. Reaching the 7th layer Spirit King stage at the age of 29 was not just heaven-defying. It was simply a super monster. No wonder she could become the patriarch. Not only was she talented, but she also had great prestige. It was really amazing for her to reach this level at such a young age. The requirements to become the patriarch were not necessarily the strongest in terms of cultivation. As long as one's potential was shocking enough, coupled with a good leadership ability, that would be enough. If the person with the highest cultivation could become the patriarch, it would undoubtedly be the great elder. The great elder had the highest cultivation, which was at the peak of the Spirit King stage. However, 100 Water Phoenix became the patriarch. Patriarch, what did you just say? The great elder, and the others were shocked. They didn't want to go to war with the heavenly netherworld divine nation. In the end, even if they managed to conquer the nether heaven divine kingdom, The result would be tragic. Probably only a few of them would survive. The heavenly netherworld divine nation was too strong. It was one of the top forces in the divine nation. How could they deal with them? As long as the heavenly netherworld divine nation didn't provoke them, they didn't want to fight against the heavenly netherworld divine nation. If the other party was just a fourth-grade force, then it would really be able to help Tianyin intimidate them. There would be no problem at all. I mean, the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom will definitely destroy them. Bai Shui Huang walked over and repeated, What's going on? They were all dumbfounded. They had thought that they had heard wrongly, but now that they repeated it again, they were still shocked. I've been out for so long and investigated a lot of things, especially the situation with the evil spirit race. Do you know who is closest to the evil spirit race? Bai Shui Huang asked solemnly. Heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Tianyin interrupted. Smart. That's right. They have the closest relationship with the heavenly netherworld divine nation. I suspect that the heavenly netherworld divine nation is a descendant of the evil spirit race. Bai Shui Huang said solemnly, especially when I heard that you were planning to ask the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom for help when there was a problem here. Fortunately, you didn't ask for their help. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan would have suffered a great calamity. When the elders heard this, they immediately broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they had refused before. If that was the case, wouldn't they have made a big mistake? Fortunately, we didn't agree to their request. If the price was low, we might have agreed. The great elders smiled awkwardly. They were in a very dangerous situation before, and if they continued like this, the heavenly Yin fire would erupt from the inside. At that time, they would have no choice but to ask for help from the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. They knew that you wouldn't be able to break the seal, and they have been intercepting all the grandmasters to prevent them from coming here. When the time comes, not only will they be able to kill us, but they will also be able to make a lot of money. Bai Shui Huang said solemnly, didn't they specifically ask for a low price, and then release the evil spirit? Elder Luo asked doubtfully, do you think our ancestor's seal is that easy to break? And if we don't watch from the side, do you think they would dare to act recklessly? Bai Shui Huang sneered and said, they might have come here secretly, and although it seems like the seal is sealed, they might have secretly opened a hole so that the evil spirit can sneak out. It's possession. It's very likely to be a possession. Shopkeeper Yi exclaimed. Tianyin was almost possessed by the evil spirit before, but fortunately, he was able to bounce back in time. Well, that's it. In addition to using some secret methods, they can also secretly take away a part of the evil spirit. When the time comes, our Phoenix clan will be easily defeated. Bai Shui Huang turned her head and looked at Tianyin and said, I felt that something was wrong, so I hurried back, but I didn't expect that this place had already been suppressed. I heard that it was the work of a human. It seems like it's you. Apart from him, there was no one else here. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to recognize him. Yes, it's me. Tianyin smiled faintly. Even if she was a woman, she still looked very reliable. Bai Shui Huang unscrupulously looked at Tianyin from head to toe for a long time, as if she wanted to see through him. Tianyin felt a little embarrassed. Bai Shui Huang doesn't look like a woman at all. Her eyes are like a hooligan's. She keeps staring at him, sweeping back and forth. The great elder next to him was embarrassed. And just when he was about to say something, Bai Shui Huang had already spoken. What's your bone age? Bai Shui Huang asked after staring at him for a long time. I'm 19 this year. Tianyin didn't hide anything. It wasn't a big secret for him, but it was more important to get a better bargaining chip. Only a genius could have an equal right to speak to another genius. 19. All of them were shocked. They thought that Tianyun was at least 30 years old, but who would have thought that he was really 19 years old? It seems like it's the same as what I thought. To be able to repair so many divine runes at such a young age and reach the level of a grandmaster. Where did your master come from? Bai Shui Huang didn't think that these divine runes were repaired by them. They were not divine rune masters, so how could they repair these divine runes? The mortal world. Tianyun grinned. From the mortal world. Bai Shui Huang was shocked. It was normal for such a genius to appear in the underworld or the heavenly realm, but it was incredible for such a genius to appear in the mortal world. Yes, is there a problem? Tianyun said, with a smile. There's no problem. Bai Shui Huang looked around and smiled. Let's go up first. This is not a good place to talk. I agree. Tianyun smiled. And the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they had been friends for many years. Chapter 506. Under the lead of Bai Shui Huang, they returned to the ground. Many Phoenix clan members looked at them worriedly, but when they saw that they were safe and sound, the big stone in their hearts finally fell down. Daddy! At this time, Yen ran over from the side and threw herself into Tianyun's arms and said tearfully, Daddy, where did you go? I thought you didn't want me anymore. The guard hurriedly caught up with him and said with an ashamed look, Elder Luo, she kept crying there, so I could only bring her here. Who knew? The guard didn't know that Tianyun followed them down. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Yen here. Is this Aunt Luo's daughter? Bai Shui Huang was stunned when she saw Yen Er's face, because she looked so much like Luo Huang. Yes, it's Huang Er's child. Elder Luo sighed. Aunt Luo and you... Bai Shui Huang looked at Tianyun in shock. It's a misunderstanding. I just saw her by accident. Then I found her mother and accepted her will. Tianyun hurriedly explained. I said that the child doesn't look like you at all. How could it be yours? Bai Shui Huang rolled her eyes at him. Then why did you say that? Tianyun also rolled his eyes at her. Come, sister will take you to play. When Bai Shui Huang reached out and wanted to hug Yen suddenly hid behind Tianyun and looked at her. No, I want to play with Daddy. Yen didn't want to follow her at all. Bai Shui Huang stared at Tianyun and said, What did you teach her? She doesn't want to follow me. What can I teach her? Tianyun rolled his eyes and said, She doesn't want to follow you. You don't even have any intention of getting close to her. Bai Shui Huang's beautiful eyes flashed and immediately took out a 4th-grade pill and said with a smile, Yen what is this? The strong fragrance of the pill drifted over, and Yen couldn't help but poke her head out, and her eyes lit up as she said, I want to eat this. Then she ran out, snatched the pill, and stuffed it into her mouth. Bai Shui Huang took the opportunity to hug her and said, Let's see where you can escape this time. Let me go, let me go. Yen twisted her body as she ate, completely unaware that she had fallen into a trap. Patriarch, Elder Luo, and the others watched from the side and didn't know what to say. Originally, they were going to talk business, but now it turned into playing with children. When I saw Aunt Luo's child, I couldn't help but want to hug her. Bai Shui Huang rubbed her little head and sighed. I thought we would meet again, but now we are separated by life and death. Bai Shui Huang had a good relationship with Luo Huang when they were young, and Luo Huang often took her out to play, but who knew her beautiful eyes were filled with sadness. She felt that everything had happened so suddenly. She coldly looked at them and said, What is going on? I want to know the details. Bai Shui Huang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Obviously, she cultivated the power of fire, but now she looked at Bai Shui Huang coldly and said, We want to hold a meeting with all the elders of the Phoenix clan to discuss the details. We also want to discuss the matter of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Elder Luo said solemnly, According to what you said, Huang Uri's death is likely related to the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Elder Luo's eyes flashed with a cold light. According to this speculation, the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom was their biggest enemy, and it was very likely that Luo Huang was attacked by them and then fled to the mortal world. Well, let's hold a meeting with the elders and tell you all about the things I have learned all these years. I also want to know how to kill the evil soul. Bai Shui Huang said solemnly. The elders' eyes lit up. It would be great news if they could kill the evil soul. Then I will take Yan back. Yi Tianyun felt that he should avoid arousing suspicion. Although he had helped a lot, he was still an outsider. No, you also have to participate in the discussion, and you are also the hero this time. How can you be absent? Bai Shui Huang looked at Yi Tianyun, and her expression completely changed. She didn't look as casual as before, and her majesty as a patriarch suddenly appeared. Well, this Yi Tianyun looked at Yan in her arms. Does he want to take her back to the elders' meeting? It's fine, it's fine. Bai Shui Huang smiled and took out another pill. She handed it to Yan and said, Here, continue to eat. Elder sister has a lot of these pills. If you play with elder sister will give you a lot of these pills. I want to eat, as expected of a mother who has milk, and now that she has a pill, she immediately agreed. In fact, she felt a familiar aura. Although it was strange, it was still the aura of the same clan. Otherwise, Yan would not have asked for Bai Shui Huang's pill. For example, she could usually come out of the pet space, but in front of the humans, she would not choose to come out. She felt that their auras were too unfamiliar and they were not of the same race, so she would not come out. Yi Tianyun rolled his eyes. He felt that Bai Shui Huang was good at coaxing children. Immediately, Elder Luo and the others gathered all the elders and went to the elders' hall together. Yi Tianyun followed them to the elders' hall. It didn't take long for many elders and deacons to come in one after another. All of them were void, spirit stage cultivators. Suddenly, the elders' hall was filled with people. Yi Tianyun glanced around and saw that there were a lot of spirit king stage cultivators. There were at least 8 or 9 of them, and more than 30 of them were void spirit stage cultivators. This was the power of a divine nation. There were too many strong cultivators here, and Yi Tianyun didn't know if there were any Saint King stage cultivators. Patriarch, should we call the Supreme Elder and the others? Elder Luo asked in a low voice. No, they are in seclusion, so there is no need to disturb them. After we finish our discussion, we will pass on the situation here to them. Bai Shui Huang said. Elder Luo nodded and quickly began to make arrangements. After almost everyone had arrived, Bai Shui Huang stood up and looked at the crowd. Elders, I have inquired about a lot of news over the past few years. Now that I have sorted it out, I would like to explain a few things to everyone. The first thing is that the evil spirit race is related to the heavenly netherworld divine nation. This information is absolutely correct, and we can basically confirm that the people of the heavenly netherworld divine nation are actually the descendants of the evil spirit race. The second thing is that the evil spirit race has always been a big problem for us. Even if we invited the Supreme Elder, he would not be able to kill it. Now, we have a way to kill it, and that is the immortal flame. My immortal flame is still too weak, but when my cultivation goes further, I will have no problem killing the evil spirit, so everyone can rest assured. The third thing is that this human friend helped us reseal the evil spirit and almost let the heavenly netherworld divine nation take advantage of it. For this reason, I feel that he is qualified to be our Phoenix race's divine envoy, so I want him to become our Phoenix race's divine envoy. The 3 things were said one by one, and each was more shocking than the last. The last thing was that Yi Tianyun became a divine envoy. The Phoenix race had never allowed a human to become a divine envoy before, and the status of a divine envoy was equivalent to that of an elder. Eteonion had helped a lot, but becoming a divine envoy directly set off a storm in everyone's hearts. Chapter 5:07. Bai Shuihuang's words shocked them one by one. Those who knew about it were still fine, but those who didn't know about it couldn't help but be shocked, especially when they learned that the evil spirit race was related to the heavenly netherworld divine nation. They were furious. They didn't expect that the heavenly netherworld divine nation was related to the evil spirit race, and they were even their descendants. So, the heavenly netherworld divine nation definitely didn't have any good intentions towards them. Back then, after fighting so much with the evil spirit race, they were still able to endure it so patiently. If the Phoenix clan was weaker, they would definitely be completely crushed. The gap between the two wasn't that big, so the heavenly netherworld divine nation didn't make a move. If they really fought, even if the heavenly netherworld divine nation won, they would suffer heavy losses. They were not the only two forces in the ghost world. There were many other divine nation forces. Once they became weak, they would be swallowed up. There were many strong cultivators in the ghost world, and the Spirit King stage was just the cultivation that could stand firm. The real strong cultivators were the Saint King stage. But now, most of them were hidden, and they wouldn't come out unless it was a critical moment. Generally, those who had reached this level of cultivation were old experts. If they really fought, they would consume their blood chi. More often than not, it would be a fight to the death. Therefore, Saint King stage cultivators generally didn't participate in battles. Participating in a battle meant that victory or defeat would be decided. I believe that everyone has a lot of doubts. Let's explain them one by one. The heavenly netherworld divine nation must resist, but we can pretend that we don't know anything on the surface, but we have to be careful in the dark. Now is not the right time. If we don't fight against them, the heavenly netherworld divine nation will definitely come to swallow us. According to my information, not only the heavenly netherworld divine nation will join the war, but even the heavenly tiger divine nation will also join forces with the heavenly netherworld divine nation to deal with us. Another piece of explosive news came out, shocking them greatly. Heavenly tiger divine nation, why did they choose to deal with us? We have never had much friction with them. Shopkeeper Yi frowned. This was not good news for them. Elder Yi, do you think that in this world, as long as you stay at home, nothing will happen to you? Bai Shuihuang said indifferently. It seems that you have been living in seclusion for too long, right? Is it because of the Phoenix bloodline? Shopkeeper Yi said solemnly. That's right. Our Phoenix race bloodline is their target. The heavenly netherworld divine nation invited them to deal with it together. How could they not join forces when they have the confidence? Bai Shuihuang said coldly. Not only that, there are other divine kingdoms forces who want a piece of the pie. This information is extremely well hidden. It took me a lot of effort to discover it. This time, everyone became silent. Their brows were tightly furrowed, and none of them could bring themselves to be happy. Originally, they were all very happy to be able to solve the problem of the evil soul. But now, after hearing this news, they immediately felt that danger was everywhere. When Eteonion heard this, he realized that the situation of the Phoenix clan was even worse than his own. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a strong foundation, this place would have been in ruins by the time he arrived. It seems that we have to make a good plan and recall all the clansmen. We can't go out at will. Elder Luo said in a deep voice. Now that danger was everywhere. If the clansmen casually went out, it was very likely that they would meet with mishaps. Yes, this is one of the reasons why I asked you to come here. Summon all the clansmen back to prevent a tragedy from happening. Bai Shuihuang's eyes flashed coldly. This matter had already happened a long time ago, and Luo Huang was one of the victims. It's not difficult to deal with the evil soul. When my cultivation breaks through to the peak of the Spirit King stage, I will be able to kill it. Bai Shui Huang turned to look at Yi Tianyun and said, moreover, he can also control the immortal fire. With the two of us working together, suppressing the evil soul won't be a problem. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes focused on Yi Tianyun and then back to him again. He can also control the immortal fire? All of them were shocked. Many of them didn't know about Yi Tianyun's situation, and some of them didn't come to help. The main reason was that the Phoenix clan was very big, and they had to stay in their respective positions. Unless the situation was very urgent, they wouldn't go out at will. Yes, please show it to the elders. Bai Shui Huang gestured to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun nodded and raised his hand. The immortal fire rose up, and a burning sensation instantly enveloped the whole room. Everyone looked at the immortal fire in horror. He can really control it. He immediately put it away, and the temperature in the room quickly dropped. Therefore, it's not difficult to kill the evil soul. As long as we both improve our cultivation, we will be able to kill it. Bai Shui Huang couldn't guarantee that the evil soul would still be a terrifying existence after being suppressed for so long. Yi Tianyun didn't have any objection to this. He was happy to deal with the evil soul together with Bai Shui Huang. After all, he wanted to deal with the evil soul before. After killing it, the things that it dropped were quite good. So how could he miss it? The elders nodded and looked at Yi Tianyun a few more times with a little hope in their eyes. The position of divine envoy. This is a lot easier to accept, right? Controlling the immortal fire, helping us suppress the evil soul, and bringing back Aunt Luo's child. This character is definitely able to stand up to the test. Therefore, as a divine envoy, this position is nothing special. Strength. He has the strength of a divine rune grandmaster. Let such a genius become our Phoenix clan's divine envoy. Do you think this position is not worthy of him? Bai Shui Huang's explanation was thrown out one by one, making them accept it a lot. They had to admit that Bai Shui Huang's persuasion ability was very strong. Everyone looked at each other, and Elder Luo and the others smiled. They had already accepted Yi Tianyun in their hearts, so being a divine envoy was nothing special. The position of a divine envoy was indeed equivalent to that of an elder, but it didn't mean that it gave a lot of power. The problem was that if the outside world knew about it, it would cause a huge uproar. The Phoenix clan has always hated humans, and now that a human became a divine envoy, wouldn't it be shocking? This is definitely the first time in history that the position of a divine envoy is given to a human, but no matter what, some rules can't be broken. At this time, an elder stood up from his chair and looked at Bai Shui Huang. He has to go through the test of the Phoenix Mountain. Otherwise, I will be the first to disagree with him becoming a divine envoy. This test is necessary, whether it's for outsiders or our own. Bai Shui Huang looked at Yi Tianyun and said, "Are you willing to become our divine envoy?" Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate and said with a smile, "It would be my honor." Of course, he was happy to become a divine envoy of the Phoenix clan. It meant that he would have a strong ally. The most important thing was to lay a solid foundation, which would be of great help when he came to the ghost world in the future. Chapter 508. Bai Shui Huang didn't discuss much with Yi Tianyun. She was the only one who spoke, and the matter of Yi Tianyun becoming the divine envoy was finalized. If it was any other place, they would have already been scolded to death, but Bai Shui Huang's mouth was very sharp. Most of the elders didn't come here to give their opinions, but to listen to the announcement. After the announcement, the meeting was basically over. There was nothing else to do, so they immediately entered the discussion room to discuss how to deal with the enemy. They were not safe at all, and they could enter a war at any time. So they had to discuss countermeasures and strengthen the Phoenix clan's defense. The Phoenix clan was facing a combined attack from two divine kingdoms, so they had to strengthen their defense. As a mythological beast, they were indeed very strong, but it was 1 against 2, so the meaning was completely different. While they were discussing countermeasures, Tianyan had already left with Yen. This kind of thing was not something he needed to know. Although he would become a divine envoy, he wouldn't be asked to work for the Phoenix clan, so he didn't need to stay in the discussion room. Moreover, he had not truly become a divine emissary yet, so he still had to come out. If he became a divine emissary, he could choose to listen or not. "Daddy, where are we going to play?" Yen was unaware of the situation. She was too young, so how could she know the details? "Let's walk around here." Tianyan took her little hand and walked along the side of the sycamore tree. Yen jumped up and down and pulled him along for a walk. Seeing Yen so happy, Tianyan couldn't help but wonder if his future children would be as happy as her. Yen didn't have high requirements. She just liked to walk around and play with the sycamore tree. But soon, a group of children ran towards them, and when they saw Yen, they couldn't help but blink. "Do you want to come and play with us?" One of the children shouted. Yen also looked at them, hesitating whether she should go or not. "Come, let's go and play with them." Tianyan couldn't help but smile when he saw his peers. He was just about to ask where he could meet his peers, but a group of children came over. Yen finally ran over and played with them. He looked up and found that it was Pu Run who had brought people over. He looked at them and said, "Don't run around, don't fight, and get along well." Pu Run looked at the group of children who were running away helplessly. But when he looked at Tianyan, his eyes lit up. He sat down beside him and said excitedly, "Oracle, how did you control the immortal flames? This is something only the patriarch can control." "I'll learn it as I practice." Tianyan didn't know what to say. His inextinguishable flame was a gift from the very beginning. Who knew that it would be so domineering? Moreover, it was a top-grade flame. "I'll learn it as I cultivate." Pu Run was speechless. This explanation was really far-fetched. After thinking for a while, he said, "Divine Messenger, when you return to the mortal world, can you bring me along?" Finally, after chatting for a while, he immediately told the truth. "Take you back to the mortal world? What are you going to do in the mortal world?" Tianyan looked at him and said doubtfully, "The cultivation environment in the mortal world is much worse than here. If you cultivate here, you will be able to break through faster." Pu Run was still young, but he was already at the 7th level of core transformation stage. If he continued to cultivate here, he would definitely be able to break through to the void spirit stage. If he went to the mortal world, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through. This time, Pu Run didn't answer immediately. Instead, he was silent for a while, and finally said slowly, "I'm going to find my sister." "Sister? Your sister went to the mortal world." Tianyan was puzzled. "I don't know. She left home for a long time. I looked everywhere for her, but I couldn't find her." "Master, and I looked for her for a long time, but there was no news. I thought she might have gone to the mortal world." Pu Ren's unruly expression was actually hiding this thought. "How long ago was this?" Tianyan asked. "Same as Aunt Luo. She disappeared for more than 2 years." Pu Ren said truthfully. Tianyan fell into silence. It was very likely that he was hunted down like Luo Huang and finally escaped to the mortal world or died in the ghost world. "I know what you're thinking, but I won't take you to the mortal world. First of all, the elders won't let you go with me. The situation is too dangerous right now. Plus, the Phoenix clan needs more power. You can't leave." Tianyan shook his head and refused. The Phoenix clan was in such a desperate situation. How could they let them go? But my sister... Pooh Ren gritted his teeth. He just wanted to find his sister. I will pay more attention to this. When I return to the mortal world, I will definitely help you find your sister. Eteonian promised. Really? Then I'll leave it to you? Oracle, Purin said excitedly. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly took out a bottle of medicinal pill and handed it to Eteonian. I don't have any reward. I will give this bottle of medicinal pill to you. The medicinal pill that Eteonian handed to him was of high quality. It was a bottle of void spirit pill, which was very suitable for void spirit cultivators. No need, you can keep this medicinal pill and use it well in the future. Eteonian immediately refused. It was not useful to him. It was equivalent to a good EXP pill. Divine Messenger, please accept it. Otherwise, I will not feel at ease. Pu Ren looked at Eteonian with burning eyes. He didn't have any treasure, so he could only give him some medicinal pill. Eteonian looked at Pu Ren's firm eyes and finally accepted the bottle of medicinal pill. Otherwise, Pu Ren would not feel at ease. Well, I will accept this reward. Eteonian smiled. He can only hope that he can find some information. Ding! Successfully accepted the side quest. Help Pu Ren find the whereabouts of sister. Reward: 30 million EXP, 100, 000 crazy point, 300 prestige point, and got the title King of Finder. Eteonian was stunned when he received the side quest. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry because he didn't know the effect of this title. Only after he got it, he will know what the effect of this title is. Pu Ren took out a painting and handed it to Eteonian. This is the portrait of my sister. Eteonian took it and slowly opened it. He saw a strange face. He was sure that he had never seen it before. Moreover, if he had seen it before, he would definitely know that it was the Phoenix clan. Even if he hid it well, under the appraisal, he would still be able to see it. I have a general idea, but I don't plan to return to the mortal world yet. I will definitely send someone to help you find it. Eteonian nodded. Thank you very much, Divine Messenger. Pu Ren said gratefully. I haven't become a Divine Messenger yet. It's not appropriate to keep calling me Divine Messenger. Eteonian said with a smile. Chapter 509. Pu Ren's tone was very certain that Eteonian would be able to pass the test. Since Eteonian was able to suppress the evil soul, he should have no problem passing the test. Then I'll be counting on your words to pass the test. Eteonian smiled and didn't say anything. You don't need to count on me at all. With your strength, you will definitely pass the test. Not only did you master the immortal fire, but you are also a divine rune grandmaster. Pu Ren said enviously. I don't know if I can master the immortal fire. If you are a member of the Phoenix clan, you will definitely be the next patriarch. Is there such a thing? Eteonian was puzzled. Yes, the immortal fire is the absolute sacred fire of our Phoenix clan. As long as a member of the Phoenix clan can master the immortal fire, they will definitely become the next patriarch. As long as they don't have a bad record, the next patriarch will definitely inherit the position. Pu Ren said with a smile. Sister Bai succeeded the position smoothly. Of course, her talent is amazing, and she also knows how to manage the Phoenix clan. She is definitely the leader of our Phoenix clan. She will definitely lead our Phoenix clan to glory. Pu Ren's eyes flashed with admiration as he looked at Bai Shuihuang. Eteonian nodded. It seems that Bai Shuihuang's prestige is not small. It should be said that she has been respected since she was a child. Patriarch. Pu Ren immediately jumped up from his chair and looked at the front respectfully. Eteonian turned his head and saw Bai Shuihuang walking towards them from a distance. Behind her was shopkeeper Yi and the others. It seems that they have already discussed the matter. Pooh Rin stood very straight, which made him chuckle. Pooh Rin was even nervous now. Compared to shopkeeper Yi, Pooh Rin respected by Shui Huang more. Little Run, don't be so nervous. Didn't you always play with me behind my back? I haven't seen you for more than a year. Look at how nervous you are now. Bai Shui Huang reached out and patted Yi Tianyun's shoulder. Pooh Rin touched his nose embarrassedly and said, No, no, how could he not be nervous when he was even stuttering? Don't be so nervous, you hear me? Bai Shui Huang stared at him. Yes, Chief. Pooh Ren's speech immediately became smoother, but he still stood ramrod straight. It was difficult for him to recover for the time being. Bai Shui Huang smiled and didn't say anything. She turned to look at Yi Tianyun and said, I'll arrange a place for you to rest for a few days. This trial is not easy. Even if you have the immortal fire, it will still be difficult. Yi Tianyun nodded. Since the status of a divine envoy was the same as that of an elder, it would definitely not be easy. All that was left was to rest for a few days. After all, he had just dealt with the evil soul. He really needed to rest for a few days. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to recover. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Yi Tianyun had already adjusted his condition to its peak. When he came out, he found Bai Shui Huang playing with Yen happily. Bai Shui Huang's beautiful eyes narrowed into a line as she smiled. It was really hard to tell that she was a patriarch. When she was serious, she was a patriarch, and when she wasn't, she was a beautiful big sister. This suddenly reminded him of Shi Shuiyun. When she was serious, she looked like a palace lord. When she was not serious, she looked like a big sister who cared about him. And Yi Tianyun's heart was filled with warmth. When this matter is over, he will definitely marry Shi Shuiyun. For so many years, she has been so good to him. No matter what, he will take her for himself. This was his possessiveness. He will never give Shi Shuiyun to anyone. Have you recovered? Bai Shui Huang stood up. Yes, I can go to the trial any time. Yi Tianyun nodded. Well, come with me. Bai Shui Huang didn't forget to bring Yen to the Phoenix Mountain. Yi Tianyun followed behind. Bai Shui Huang, why do you trust me so much? Why do you support me to become a divine envoy? It was the first time we met. Bai Shui Huang wanted to ask this question before, but he didn't have the time to ask. It's very simple. You help the Phoenix clan, you have the immortal fire, and you are very close to Yen Bai Shui Huang said straightforwardly. After I become a divine envoy, I will represent the Phoenix clan. Why are you so careless? Yi Tianyun's judgment on her is too fast. It's the first time he met her and knew about these things, but he immediately made up his mind. It's really decisive. There is nothing to be careless about. If we let you slip away, it will be the loss of our Phoenix clan. Bai Shui Huang smiled and said, Our Phoenix clan has always believed in one thing, and that is the immortal fire. Whoever possessed the inextinguishable flame would be the future of the Phoenix race. Moreover, they would possess an absolutely upright personality. Although it sounds a little casual, I believe in it. In fact, in the end, I like you. That's enough. If I make the wrong choice, it's my responsibility. It's that simple. Bai Shui Huang smiled and pinched Yen cheeks. What do you think of your father? Daddy is very good. He gave me a lot of fire to eat, gave me a lot of medicinal pellets to eat, and is very good to me. Yen smiled happily and turned to Yi Tianyun. Interesting, very interesting patriarch. Yi Tianyun shook his head helplessly. He really didn't think too much about it. Soon, they arrived in front of a mountain. This mountain was the Phoenix Mountain. From afar, it looked like a phoenix was resting, but in the middle of the mountain was a volcano. They landed on the edge of the mountain, and as soon as Etionyan went down, he felt the scorching heat coming from below, but the effect was minimal. Originally, Etionyan had a strong yang flame, so this temperature would not affect him at all. Moreover, his cultivation was not low, so it would not cause any harm to him. Etionyan looked down and found that the most surprising thing about this place was not the volcano nor the temperature of the lava, but the fire parasol trees that grew on the edge of the volcano. The most important thing was that there were a lot of phoenixes resting on top of the fire parasol trees. So many phoenixes, can't they turn into human form? Etionyan wondered. Yes, they are the most primitive phoenixes. They have not evolved, but they have the purest ancient phoenix blood. Your trial is very simple. You just need to make one of the phoenixes recognize you. Then you can become a divine envoy. Bai Shui Huang smiled and said, but at the same time, you will have to bear the impact of the Phoenix Mountain's flames, so you have to be careful. I can become a divine envoy, just like that. Etionyan was startled. He thought that there would be some kind of trial or a lot of elders ganging up on him, but who knew that it would be to make a divine beast recognize him? Chapter 510. Etionyan thought that it was very simple. In fact, if he used his pet capture skill, the phoenix would definitely become his pet. But this was a bit too much. It didn't feel like he was using his own strength to gain recognition. Moreover, if he used his pet capture skill directly, it might not be successful. As a divine beast, it would be very difficult to capture it. In any case, he didn't intend to use his pet capture skill. He planned to rely on his own strength to gain their recognition. You think it's easy? We phoenixes are very sensitive. We can feel whether your temperament is good or bad. And we can also feel if we are compatible with you. Even we can't easily gain the recognition of this ancient phoenix. Bai Shui Huang explained, you are originally phoenixes. What does it matter? Etionyan shook his head. We are originally phoenixes, but now we can't change back. If we can gain the recognition of the ancient phoenix, it's equivalent to having more combat partners. Why not? Bai Shui Huang laughed. Okay. Etionyan thought that they could change back to phoenixes at any time. But it seems that they have evolved too much. It's impossible for them to change back to their original form. At most, they can only grow some feathers, but they can't change back to their original form. Of course, it's not very difficult to change back, but basically no one is willing to change back. Bai Shui Huang smiled and said, it's more convenient to move, so why would anyone want to change back? Their human form is relatively small, but their strength is not reduced at all, so they certainly don't want to return to their original form. At this time, many elders flew over and landed on the side to watch. They all wanted to observe the divine envoy's trial to see if Etionyan could succeed. Patriarch, all of us elders are here as witnesses. We can begin now. They all came to witness Etionyan's trial, and if he succeeds, they will recognize Etionyan's identity. When the time comes, they will announce it to the entire race. Well, you can start now. I hope you can get the recognition of the phoenix very smoothly. Bai Shui Huang said. Etionyan nodded, but just when he was about to fly down, Yen encouraged him. Daddy, you can do it. Thank you for your encouragement. Yen Etionyan smiled and flew down. Just as he flew down, the entire Phoenix Mountain trembled slightly. Soon, flames erupted from below. As if sensing that someone had barged in, the volcano immediately began to attack. When a terrifying pillar of fire surged up, Etionyan opened his palm and executed the heaven-devouring divine art, absorbing the flames into his body. Obtained 600 proficiency points, 800 proficiency points, 1,000 proficiency points. The experience gained from absorbing the flames was considerable. In the blink of an eye, it was all absorbed. These flames were meaningless to him. Whoever wants to be my partner, come over here. Tianyan body's immortal fire emerged. The blazing immortal fire surged around. The domineering immortal fire fiercely suppressed the flames that were ready to rush up under this absolutely domineering flame. Those lower-grade flames are naturally easily suppressed, unable to set off even the slightest storm. Tianyan had just descended, but he already used such a domineering power to start the battle, which made by Shui Huang and the others smile. Using his own strength to attract the phoenix as his companion was a wise move. As a quite spiritual phoenix, its spiritual wisdom is quite amazing, so it will definitely choose a strong person as a companion. If the other party's strength is not even half of their own, how can they fight side by side? This method is good, but we phoenixes don't rely on strength alone to choose our most trusted companion. We are proud phoenixes. How can we casually go over? Especially humans. Phoenixes are born to hate humans. Honestly, going over to choose is the right thing to do. Isn't waiting for the phoenix to come over and choose for themselves a bit too much? One by one, the elders shook their heads at Tianyan's behavior. They felt that Tianyan's action was meaningless. There was absolutely no way a phoenix would fly over to him. One by one, the phoenixes looked up at Tianyan, and after staring at him for a moment, accompanied by a cry, the first phoenix flew over at an unimaginable speed. After the first phoenix flew over, there would be a second, one flying toward Tianyan one after another, and Tianyan couldn't stop them at all. All the elders were dumbfounded. How could this be? How is this possible? The phoenix flew directly to him. Why didn't they observe him carefully? Where's the arrogance of our phoenix? Why didn't they observe his character carefully? Oh my God! All of them flew over. What the hell are they doing? All of them were tongue-tied. Nobody expected this to happen. No matter what, the phoenixes should have flown over slowly, or at least one or two would have flown over to take a look. Now that a group of phoenixes flew over, except for a few that didn't, most of them had flown over. They didn't know that Tianyan's character was extremely high, and he actually looked at his character. This meant that he could crush everything easily. Groups of phoenixes circled around him and cried, as if they were telling him to choose himself. However, no matter how many phoenixes flew over, they could only choose one. After choosing one, the rest would leave. Phoenixes were proud mythological beasts, and it was enough to have one following. Then, they would quickly leave without a second thought. Luckily, that indigo phoenix didn't choose him. Many of them heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the indigo phoenix didn't choose Tianyan. This indigo phoenix was perched on the largest fire parasol tree. It was different from the other phoenixes, and one could tell that its feathers were blue. It was very peculiar, and its feathers were blue. Its cultivation was also domineering. It was at level 5 of the Void Spirit stage, and it was much stronger than the other phoenixes. Most of the phoenixes were at the core transformation stage, and very few of them were at the Void Spirit stage. However, this indigo phoenix's cultivation was superior to all the other phoenixes, and it was definitely the strongest phoenix. Moreover, its appearance was unique, and it was definitely the most eye-catching phoenix. So many phoenixes had flown over to look for Tianyan, but this indigo phoenix didn't move at all. It still chose to lie there, and it looked over from time to time as if it was not interested at all. This made them heave a sigh of relief. At least this indigo phoenix didn't go over, or else they would have lost all their face. Chapter 5:11. There were so many phoenixes hovering around Tianyan, allowing him to choose freely. It really shocked everyone. They thought that it would be very difficult, and it would take a lot of effort to be recognized. Most of the people who came to be recognized by the phoenixes had to display a set of martial arts and release their strength to attract the phoenixes. Tianyan just had to stand there and released the immortal fire to attract most of the phoenixes. This was too open and not reserved at all. The elders of the Phoenix clan shook their heads. They felt that these phoenixes were too disappointing. It would be better if they were more reserved. However, the arrogance of the Indigo Phoenix saved some face. As expected of the Indigo Phoenix, many people have been challenging it, but they all failed. The 100-Water Phoenix smiled slightly. This Indigo Phoenix was very arrogant. Those who came to be the god's messenger wanted it as their mount. However, no matter what they did, they could not get the attention of the Indigo Phoenix. "Come with me. I can give you more power." Eteonyon pointed at the Indigo Phoenix and signaled it to follow him. The Indigo Phoenix raised its head and looked at him. Its blue eyes were filled with disdain. Who doesn't know how to brag? It did not believe that Eteonyon could make it stronger. Eteonyon was humiliated. The elders smiled. Although they did not dislike Eteonyon and were grateful to Eteonyon, it was still a good thing to humiliate him. After all, it was too easy for him to get everything. It would mean that the god's messenger was worthless. Of course, it was only limited to the Indigo Phoenix. If he wanted to be the god's messenger, he could have become one as soon as he came down. There were so many phoenixes for him to choose from. How could he fail? "You have a temper. How about this?" Eteonyon reached out his hand, and the immortal fire rose up again, and the amazing heat forced the phoenix to retreat a distance away from him. Many phoenixes were not only interested in Eteonyon's character, but also his immortal fire. When they cultivated to the peak, they also had the chance to control the immortal flame, so they all wanted to follow Eteonyon, who knew that after releasing the inextinguishable flame, the Indigo Phoenix would still glance at it casually. She was not interested at all, unlike the other phoenixes who had a thirsty look in their eyes. "Ha ha! Even the inextinguishable fire is useless. How can the Indigo Phoenix be moved by the inextinguishable fire? The inextinguishable flame means nothing to it." That's right. It looks like we don't know how long it will take for someone to bring the Indigo Phoenix away. It's not a good idea to keep staying down there. It's fine. At the very least, we'll let him know that we phoenixes aren't so easily taken away. The elders smiled happily. They felt that Eteonyon was doing something useless and that the Indigo Phoenix would not be attracted to him. Sometimes it wasn't just because one's cultivation was strong enough that they would be willing to go with you. Only when their attributes matched would they be able to cooperate well. Your daddy can't tame the Indigo Phoenix this time. He can only choose the other phoenixes. No one can challenge the Indigo Phoenix successfully. Bai Shuihuang smiled. Before she came here, she thought that Eteonyon would be able to tame the Indigo Phoenix. She didn't expect him to fail in the end. Daddy won't lose. Daddy will let them know how powerful you are. Bring that big bird here. Yen Er waved her little fist and cheered for Eteonyon. Eteonyon turned his head and looked at her. He smiled and said, "No problem. I'll bring it here. I'll bring you to the sky to play." The other elders shook their heads. Everyone could say the same thing, but they were afraid that they would be disappointed if they couldn't do it. Immediately, Eteonyon looked at the Indigo Phoenix again and smiled. "It seems like the inextinguishable flame can attract you. How about this?" With a wave of his hand, the netherworld flame madly rose. The high-grade earth netherworld flame immediately released a cold air in all directions, forcing many of the phoenixes back, not daring to come closer. Under the influence of the flame of the netherworld, the surrounding area was quickly frozen. Even the lava that was about to come out was frozen into ice sculptures. Chirp! The Indigo Phoenix screamed and stood up from the fire parasol tree. At this moment, there was a pile of ice under its seat. It was obvious that the indigo phoenix had the ice attribute, not the fire attribute. When Tianyan used the flame of the netherworld, many people were shocked. They never thought that Tianyan would have the flame of the netherworld. It was such a cold and gloomy flame. With the inextinguishable flame, how could he have the flame of the netherworld? The answer was that it was possible. Tianyan had completely answered this question. He let them know that he had two types of flames. The key was that one was yin and one was yang. It was really shocking. This is the flame of the netherworld. He can even control the flame of the netherworld. It can't be. He has the inextinguishable flame and can control the flame of the netherworld. How is this possible? This is unbelievable. He can even control such a cold and gloomy flame. Could it be that he was able to extinguish the fire of heavenly yin previously because he has the flame of the netherworld? The elders were dumbfounded. They were shocked again. Previously, they were shocked by the phoenix's lack of restraint. Now, they were even more shocked that Wang Xian could control two types of flames. This was much more shocking than before. The two types of flames were like water and fire, but they existed in one person's body. The most important thing was that the indigo phoenix flew towards Tianyan without hesitation. It looked at the flame of the netherworld and screamed excitedly, following which there was a roar from its body. The flame of the netherworld was also emitted and froze the surrounding area. Under the presence of the man and the beast, the scorching volcano suddenly became cold. This was enough to prove how shocking the coldness of the flame of the netherworld was. "Are you willing to be my partner?" Tianyan smiled. He could already tell that the indigo phoenix was actually an ice phoenix. Therefore, the inextinguishable flame was useless. He was just trying to see if he could attract it. It seemed like he still had to use the flame of the netherworld to attract it. Within the Phoenix clan, there were too few who had mutated flames. Therefore, it wasn't that the indigo phoenix was too arrogant. It was because the other party wasn't suitable for it. Therefore, it couldn't follow them. The attributes of both of them were incompatible. When they fought, it would be too restrictive. Therefore, it had to find someone with the same attribute. However, there were too many normal phoenix flames in the Phoenix clan. To the indigo phoenix, it couldn't get along. Therefore, it kept rejecting them. Now that Tianyan had displayed the flame of the netherworld, the indigo phoenix was also excited to display the flame of the netherworld. It indicated that they had the same flame and could work together perfectly. "Hoo-hoo," the indigo phoenix screamed. Such a cheerful sound undoubtedly meant that it had agreed to become Tianyun's pet. "All right, from today onwards, you are my partner." Chapter 5:12. Successfully subdued Ice Phoenix. Gained 5 million EXP, Pet Capture Mastery gained 10,000 proficiency. Tianyan never thought that he would get a reward without using his skills. Originally, he thought that he had to use his skills in order to gain EXP, but now it seems that he doesn't need to do that at all. "Not bad, not bad." Tianyan gently stroked it and immediately sat on the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix let out a cry and immediately took him to the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to the sky. Its speed was much faster than the other phoenixes. It was very excited. Finally, someone can take it away. How could it not be happy? If there is no oracle to take it away, it can't leave this place. Although it wants to go out, it doesn't mean that it will do as it pleases. Now that it has found something suitable for itself, it immediately chose to follow. After circling a big circle in the air, it quickly flew down and landed beside Bai Shui Huang. "Daddy, I knew you would succeed." Yen jumped up and threw herself into Tianyun's arms. Tianyun hugged Yen and jumped down from the Ice Phoenix. He smiled and put Yen-Er on top of the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix screamed in displeasure. It seems like it doesn't like people other than Itianyan to ride on top of it. Although Yen-Er is a phoenix, it doesn't mean that it can accept her. Hold on tight. If you fall down, I'll teach you a lesson. Itianyan stared at it, and the ice phoenix immediately became listless. It had to lie on the ground to prevent Yen-Er from falling down. Itianyan smiled. The elders around him looked at him up and down and said in amazement, "What the hell is going on? You can control two kinds of flames." Bai Shuihuang also looked at him in shock. She thought that Itianyan couldn't subdue the ice phoenix this time, but she didn't expect that he really could. Then, she also discovered that Itianyan has another secret, the netherworld fire. When I was in the mortal realm, after I absorbed the netherworld flame, I discovered that I could control it. It's that simple. Itianyan's words were half true and half false after killing the netherworld great emperor. In theory, it was equivalent to absorbing the energy into his body. You can control it just by absorbing it. This is too miraculous. You clearly have the immortal flame, so how can you still have this kind of cold flame? Could it be a dual constitution? Extreme yin and extreme yang constitution? They looked at each other and expressed their own judgment. They felt that it was the only way to obtain two kinds of flames at the same time. Otherwise, how could he control two kinds of flames at the same time? This should be, Itianyan didn't deny it. What kind of physique did he have? Not to mention two kinds of flames, he could even control 10 kinds of flames easily without any pressure. This was all because of the system. He could control as many types of flames as he wanted, and there was no problem with his equipment. Based on their common sense, they would definitely go crazy. This is too magical. Unbelievable. They all shook their heads in disbelief. They had never seen such a situation before, but it happened right in front of them. It seems like it was the right choice to let you become a divine envoy. With such amazing talent, it would be a great loss for us to let you go. Bai Shuihuang said with a smile. She felt that recruiting Itianyan was the right choice. Congratulations on becoming our divine envoy. The elders had to admit that Itianyan was strong. Even the ice phoenix was subdued. They could say that they lost completely. None of the phoenixes were reserved. In the end, they were completely at his mercy. Immediately, Bai Shuihuang handed a token to Itianyan. The token was clearly engraved with the word Divine Envoy, which represented her recognition of his position here. This is your identity token. From now on, you will represent our Phoenix clan. No matter what you do outside, it is equivalent to representing the Phoenix clan. If you make a mistake, the Phoenix clan will protect you. If you want to fight someone, the Phoenix clan will support you. If anyone dares to bully you, the Phoenix clan will avenge you. Bai Shuihuang used the simplest and most crude words to describe the status of a divine envoy, which made Itianyan laugh. It seems that after becoming a divine envoy, doesn't it mean that I can do whatever I want? Itianyan said with a smile. Almost, but you have to weigh the current situation. If you provoke a divine kingdom, we won't be able to guarantee your safety. Bai Shuihuang said, if he provoked any divine kingdom, how could the Phoenix clan clean up their mess? That's for sure. I never provoke others at will. It's others who provoke me. Itianyan smiled, thinking about it carefully. It's true. It can only be said that the weak are prey to the strong. They wanted to flatten Itianyan, but in the end, they were flattened by him. I heard that you have a grudge against the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. So, I'll tell you the general plan. Bai Shuihuang immediately explained the general plan to Itianyan. In fact, it was the same as what they discussed in the hall before. Itianyan nodded and roughly understood the process. In fact, The content was very simple. For the time being, they will pretend that they don't know anything and gradually harvest the forces of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom in secret. As for his duties, there wasn't much to do. He just had to rope them in. He didn't need to do anything. Although he was a divine envoy, he wasn't a member of the Phoenix clan, so they were embarrassed to ask Itianyun for help. All they had to do was watch the seal. Before they could kill the evil soul, they just had to keep it sealed. That was all they needed to do. To put it bluntly, as long as the evil soul was stable, he could do whatever he wanted. I understand the general plan. I'll keep a low profile. Itianyun knew what to do, at least for now. As long as the Phoenix clan could contain the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, there wouldn't be any problems. Well, then I'll have to trouble you. Bai Shui Huang said. At this time, a guard quickly flew over and reported, Patriarch Ming Chen of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom is here to see you. It seems that he rushed over as soon as he received the news. Bai Shui Huang said indifferently, Well, I'll meet with him now. Patriarch, I'll go with you. Itianyun thought for a moment and decided to go with her to see Ming Chen. Don't you have a grudge against him? What if he finds out? Bai Shui Huang asked doubtfully. It's okay, I have this. Itianyun took out the 100 transformation mask and put it on his face. In an instant, even Bai Shui Huang couldn't recognize him. Chapter 5:13. After Itianyun put on the mask, Bai Shui Huang looked at him from head to toe, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Even Yen Er's eyes widened as she stared at him as if she didn't know him. What kind of mask is this? It's so magical. I've seen a lot of these kinds of masks, but I can easily see through them. But this one is very difficult to see through. Bai Shui Huang said in surprise, Can you give me a few more of these masks? I'm willing to pay for them. I only have one. Itianyun shrugged, helplessly. This special item can only be used by himself, and he can't give it to others. He can give weapons and the like, but he can't give them to others. After all, these things are a bit special, and they can't be given to others at will. It's just like the evil dragon set. No one else can wear it. It's a pity if I had this kind of mask. I would be able to go out and mix with other forces at will. Bai Shui Huang shook her head. Itianyun was a little speechless and said, Patriarch, can't you just let the other clansmen do this kind of thing? Isn't it a bit too much to do it yourself? Itianyun didn't know how to do this kind of thing, so he left it to his subordinates to do it. The main thing was that there were enough people to collect a lot of information at once. I'm not just here to collect information. I want to infiltrate the innermost part of the Phoenix clan and kill all the forces that threaten the Phoenix clan. Bai Shui Huang clenched her fists, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. This killing intent scared Yen and she clung tightly to Itianyun's side. She was very sensitive to this kind of situation, so she was immediately scared. Look at you scared Yen Itianyun patted Yen Er's small head. He knew that as the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, he must be responsible for the Phoenix clan, so it's not surprising that he sneaked into some hostile forces. If it were him, he would have done the same, so there was no problem. I was thinking about something and forgot. Bai Shui Huang looked at Yen and shook her head, then immediately said, Then let's go and see what they want to say. Itianyun nodded and handed Yen over to Pu Run and the others to play with their companions. Then they went out to the main hall together. As soon as he entered the main hall, Itianyun immediately saw Ming Chen's hateful face, who was sitting on the side drinking fragrant tea. When Ming Chen saw them, his eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up to welcome them. It is my honor to be welcomed by the patriarch personally. Ming Chen was accompanied by another strong cultivator, who was at the second layer of Spirit King stage. He didn't say a word to Ming Chen and Ming Chen. "Nothing. May I know why you're here?" Bai Shui Huang said indifferently. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. "It's nothing. I heard from the outside world that you've already resolved the issue with Phoenix Cave. I'm quite happy that it's been resolved." He wondered if the evil soul had been killed or not. Or is it just a seal? Ming Chen smiled and looked very concerned. He even had a happy expression on his face, as if he was really happy that they had solved this problem. This made Yi Tianyun's heart full of disgust. This guy is really good at pretending. If he was so happy, why would he ask for such a high price? Wouldn't it be better to help for free? So what if it was killed? So what if it was sealed? Bai Shui Huang said indifferently. "If I remember correctly, the elders in the clan told me that you asked for a sky-high price, which is really difficult for us to accept. What's the problem with coming here now?" Bai Shui Huang couldn't help but say it out loud. "Our price is absolutely reasonable. It's not difficult to remove the immortal fire and heavenly yin fire, but it's difficult to kill the evil soul." Ming Chen smiled faintly and said, "If it's just to remove the immortal flame, we won't ask for a high price. But to kill the evil soul, we'll have to pay a high price. The elders we send may die inside, so the price won't be low. This time, I came here to ask for the result. If the evil soul is killed, then everyone will be happy and congratulate the Phoenix clan for solving their biggest problem. But if we can't kill it and just seal it, then we will be in big trouble. I have observed it before. Even if we seal it, it will still come out later, and it will be fiercer than before. If it's not killed, we have a way to solve it, and we can reduce the price by half. After all, you have already sealed the evil soul, so it will be a little easier for us to solve it." Ming Chen looked at them with a smile. He didn't look like an enemy. He looked like a friend who wanted to help them solve the problem of the evil soul. Because they knew about the situation of the Phoenix clan, their hearts were filled with disgust. Even Yi Tianyun was disgusted. The price was even reduced by half. If they really let them go, they would be finished. Speaking of this, Ming Chen turned to look at Yi Tianyun and asked curiously, "Friend, are you the helper that you recently invited?" In fact, when Yi Tianyun came in, he could feel that Ming Chen's eyes were scanning him back and forth several times, as if he wanted to see through him. Fortunately, the 100 transformation mask could cover it up perfectly, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Although Ming Chen couldn't tell that it was Yi Tianyun, he could definitely tell that it was not the Phoenix clan. The 100 transformation mask could only change one's face, but it couldn't change one's race. At present, it didn't have this function, but he might be able to get it in the future. Therefore, when he saw that Yi Tianyun was a human, and when the news spread, he immediately believed that Yi Tianyun was the helper that they invited. "What's the problem?" Yi Tianyun said calmly. Although he had a grudge against him, he had not lost his mind. After all, the matter had not happened yet, so he was relatively calm for the time being. If his cultivation was higher, he would definitely have punched Ming Chen to death. Although he could kill Ming Chen together, it would lead to the attack of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. However, in his heart, he had already thought of some ways to deal with it. "There's no problem. I'm just asking casually. I wonder if the evil soul has been killed." A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye. He kept asking about the evil soul because he was worried that the evil soul had been killed. If it was killed, then all his plans would be ruined. "It's dead. We've already killed it," Bai Shui Huang said indifferently. She did not tell the truth. There was no need to tell the truth to the enemy. "What, it's dead?" Ming Chen's eyes were filled with shock, and the cultivators who followed him were also shocked. They couldn't believe that the evil soul had been killed. Chapter 5:14. Why are you so shocked that the evil soul was killed? Bai Shui Huang looked at them with killing intent in her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of the heavenly netherworld divine nation, she would have already killed Ming Chen on the spot. Bai Shuihuang's cultivation was much stronger than Ming Chen, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to kill him, but the most terrifying thing was the force behind him. What they needed to do was to uproot the heavenly netherworld divine nation bit by bit. By the time the heavenly netherworld divine nation reacted, more than half of their forces would have already been uprooted. Instead of defending passively, it would be better to attack them directly and let them know how powerful the Phoenix clan was. This is a little surprising. The Phoenix clan has been unable to solve this problem for a long time, but now that it has been solved, it's a little surprising. Ming Chen said with a smile, "Anyway, since the Phoenix clan has solved it, you don't need our help anymore. Please forgive us for disturbing you this time. Don't mention it. We are very grateful that you came here to help us. It's just that we have solved this problem, so we are sorry that you came here for nothing. Why don't you stay here for a few days, and the Phoenix clan will treat you well," Bai Shuihuang said with a smile. She kept emphasizing that the evil soul had been killed by her, which made Ming Chen's face twitch a few times. "No need. We came here because we were worried about the Phoenix clan. Now that everything has been solved, we don't need to bother you anymore," Ming Chen said with an apologetic smile. After saying their goodbyes, they hurriedly left. Watching the two of them leave, Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. If Ming Chen was alone, he could secretly follow them and deal with them. But now, there were several Spirit King stage powerhouses, and it would be difficult for him to deal with them. Unless he improved his cultivation, it would be difficult for him to deal with two Spirit King stage powerhouses. "It seems that I need to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. There are too many powerhouses here." Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. His speed was already very fast, but he needed to be faster. He didn't need to reach the Spirit King stage. As long as he broke through to the Void Spirit stage, he would be able to crush Ming Chen. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Bai Shuihuang said solemnly. "In fact, I also want to kill them here, but that will completely expose our actions. Indeed, watching the target swagger out, more or less, is a little unwilling." Yi Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "But next time, he won't walk out." Bai Shuihuang stared blankly at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun is really a Spirit King stage cultivator. In any case, she couldn't sense it. At most, he was at the Void Spirit stage. "It seems like you're very confident. It's really a good thing to have such a strong partner like you," Bai Shuihuang said with a smile. Yi Tianyun nodded and didn't say anything. He felt lucky to have such a powerful partner like the Phoenix clan. With their involvement, it would be difficult for the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom to attack the mortal realm. Ding! Heavenly Cloud's mansion successfully overthrew the evil faction. Reward: 100 million EXP, 1 million crazy point 50. 000 SPs. Obtain 10 times experience card. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up when he heard the news. No wonder he heard Su Fei killing a powerful enemy. It turned out that Su Fei had destroyed a bandit's nest. There were too many stubborn forces in the Netherworld continent. If Heavenly Cloud's mansion wanted to establish a stable empire here, they would first have to completely eliminate them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to establish a stable foothold. It seems like they are also working hard. Yi Tianyun was very pleased. He believed that this was just the beginning, and soon they would continue to bring more victories. Of course, he got more rewards, but the items he got were limited. If he killed them himself, they would have dropped a lot of equipment. Ding! Heavenly Cloud's mansion successfully overthrew the evil faction. Reward: 80 million EXP, 800,000 crazy point, 30. 000 SPs. Etienne's eyes lit up when he heard the beautiful voice again. It seems like we have to divide our forces into two groups to eradicate different forces. This was the benefit of having a strong force. It was no longer just one team, but several teams. Unfortunately, they weren't his commanders, or else the experience they got would be even more amazing. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly laughing? Bai Shui Huang felt strange when she saw Etienne's sudden smile. She didn't want Ming Chen to leave just like that, but now he's suddenly smiling. How can she not feel strange? Nothing, I just remembered something. Etienne said with a smile. Well, we're going to start implementing a big plan. I wonder if you would like to join us? Bai Shui Huang asked. What plan? Etienne's eyes lit up. If the Phoenix clan didn't arrange a plan for him, then he would act on his own. We are going to destroy the heavenly netherworld divine nation's treasury and rob their resources. Bai Shui Huang clenched her fists and said with a smile, I have a rough idea of where the treasury is, but it is difficult to capture it, so we need to sneak in quietly. If you are qualified, I can let you join us. What do you think? Where is the treasury? Etienne asked. There's no harm in telling you. It's in the heavenly netherworld, altar. This is the information I got, and it's very accurate. It's just that it's difficult to break in. Bai Shui Huang shook her head. Heavenly netherworld, altar. Etienne's eyes lit up. He had never been to this place before, but he knew how to get there, because the place marked on the underworld treasure map was actually the heavenly netherworld altar. This was not difficult to understand. He obtained it after killing Ming Chen, so it must be related to him, so it was normal for the two to overlap. It seems that I have to go this time, Etienne smiled and said confidently. He was quite familiar with this heavenly netherworld altar. Well, it seems that you are very familiar with this heavenly netherworld altar, Bai Shui Huang asked doubtfully. Didn't you come from the mortal world? Are you familiar with this place? Yes, I happen to know the route to the heavenly netherworld altar, and I also know the internal situation of the heavenly netherworld altar. Do you think I should go? Etienne smiled. Really? Bai Shui Huang patted Etienne's shoulder excitedly and said, Good boy, you are really something. If it's true, then it will be a great achievement for you. Etienne was a little bit hurt after being patted by Bai Shui Huang, but in a blink of an eye, Bai Shui Huang returned to her usual carefree self. Ding! Successfully accepted the quest, capture the heavenly netherworld altar, seize the treasure. Reward, 300 million EXP, 1 million crazy points, 50, 000 SBS, 100 Phoenix Clan favorability. Chapter 5:15. After Ming Chen and the others left the Phoenix Clan, their faces were extremely gloomy. The guards behind them didn't dare to ask anything and just followed behind them. Ming Chen, what should we say when we go back? The man next to him finally spoke. He would only speak when they were out of the Phoenix Clan. It was just that when he spoke, his voice was rather unpleasant to the ears. It was like a broken gong being struck continuously, and it was extremely ear-piercing. His name was Nangong Ming, and he was a powerful expert of the Nangong family. He was also a loyal subordinate of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. What else can I say? Can the Phoenix race really kill the ancestor of our evil spirit race? That's impossible. He is a holy king. He is an immortal. How could he die? Ming Chen was quite unhappy. That was their ancestor. If he was killed, it would affect their plan, and more importantly, their ancestor would die. Their ancestor's death meant that they had lost a super expert. How could they not feel sad? It is very likely that the leader of the Phoenix clan lied to us. Our ancestor will not die so easily. Nangong Ming said in a deep voice. What if he is really dead? Ming Chun turned to look at his companions and said coldly, if that is really the case, we will definitely be severely punished by the heavenly netherworld, Holy Lord. Nangong Ming fell into silence and didn't speak for a long time. This was indeed a very difficult problem. None of them was willing to suffer the wrath of the heavenly netherworld, Holy Lord. Although they didn't deserve to die, the punishment would definitely not be light. How could a mere human kill our ancestor? Nangong Ming still didn't want to believe it. The ancestor that they believed in was dead just like that. How could a legendary super expert die so easily? Whether it is true or not, we have to go back and discuss this matter. However, it will be difficult for us. Ming Chen frowned. This is all because of you. If the price was lower, we would have entered the Phoenix clan long ago. Nangong Ming snorted coldly. Now, a human has interfered and caused this to happen. Ming Chen said angrily. Didn't you agree to it at that time? Did you try to dissuade me? Nangong Ming didn't refute Ming Chen's words. He remained silent and didn't say anything. They all felt that they were the only ones who could solve the problem. The other humans could not solve anything. Therefore, they raised the price, which led to this outcome. It was really related to their greed. They wanted to solve the problem perfectly and make a lot of money at the same time. So why not? Now that he had lost both his money and his life, he would be punished when he returned. It was truly a tragedy. All right, since it has come to this, we can only bite the bullet and go back. Whatever sacred master, heavenly netherworld, says, we will bear it. Nangong Ming shook his head. He was also guilty of being greedy, so there was nothing to blame. On Yi Tianyun's side, the plan was quickly rolled out. There wasn't much time left for them to carry it out. There was more than one plan, but the Heaven Underworld altar was the most important. This time, we plan to infiltrate the Heaven Underworld altar. As mentioned before, the Heaven Underworld altar is an important place. Most importantly, it has a lot of resources. The Heaven Netherworld altar has always been the resource transportation point of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Therefore, the first thing we need to do is to steal all the resources from the Heaven Underworld divine nation. This way, we can deal a heavy blow to the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Bai Shui Huang looked at the three elders in front of her. In fact, they were all old acquaintances. They were Shopkeeper Yi, Elder Lei, and Elder Luo. If they wanted to infiltrate the Heaven Underworld divine nation smoothly, their cultivation must not be low. There was a spirit king stage powerhouse guarding the place, and if they didn't send a strong elder, they would not be able to return. Before this, the divine messenger said that he knows the way to the inside of the Heaven Underworld altar, so I plan to let him go with you. Bai Shui Huang threw out a big piece of news at this time. No wonder Yi Tianyun was standing next to them. It turned out that he was going to go with them. Is this appropriate? That place is very dangerous. And if we are not careful, we may lose our lives there. Why don't you draw a map and let us go there? Shopkeeper Yi stood up, not because of Yi Tianyun, but for the sake of safety. He didn't want Yi Tianyun to die there. And who would seal the evil soul? Don't worry, I won't drag you down. I want to participate in the exploration. Compared to the map, I can guide you more flexibly. Especially the divine runes in the Heaven Underworld altar. Do you think you can break it? Yi Tianyun said. Otherwise, he would miss a lot of EXP and quests. The three elders looked at each other. They really couldn't break the divine runes. Obviously, it was not a problem of the map. It was obvious that there was only one way to go. Even if there was a divine rune, how could they steal anything? Do you think I haven't thought about it? The Heaven Underworld altar is very strict. If it was that easy to sneak in, there would have been a lot of people already. So along the way, you must take good care of the divine messenger. Don't let any accidents happen. Bai Shui Huang said, "That's not a problem. But first, let's see how good the divine messenger is at hiding his aura. Otherwise, it will be more difficult to sneak in." At this time, Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and completely disappeared from their sight. They were stunned for a moment. The divine messenger's concealment was even better than theirs. The key point is that he didn't use his divine skill. He just hid his aura. It was perfect. What do you think? Yi Tianyun's reappearance made them suck in a cold breath, even more powerful than them. As expected of a divine messenger, his concealment ability is a bit too strong. Their faces twitched. They felt that Yi Tianyun was too amazing. How could he do it? "If there's no problem, I'll talk about the plan," Yi Tianyun suddenly said. Bai Shui Huang was stunned for a moment. She didn't know that Yi Tianyun had a plan, so she said, "What plan? Let's hear it." "Simply sneak in and rob the resources. I think it's a bit too simple. I want to destroy the Heaven Netherworld altar. After I'm done looting the resources." Yi Tianyun didn't want to just loot the resources and run away. "It would be a pity if I just left like that." Yi Tianyun said he didn't want to just loot the resources and run away. "No, I'm afraid that it will alert the enemy. If there are too many strong people besieging us, it will be easy to expose our flaws when we use our full strength. If we are suspected to be from the Phoenix clan, we will be in trouble." Elder Luo immediately retorted. Although he had a good relationship with Yi Tianyun for the sake of safety, he must not expose himself. Chapter 516. Yi Tianyun's words made them dumbfounded. They thought that Yi Tianyun was asking them to destroy the altar together, but they didn't expect that they would stay behind to destroy the altar. When you use your full strength, it's easy to expose your identity, but I'm not worried. The heavenly netherworld divine nation has a lot of enemies, right? So no matter what moves I use, I'm not worried about being exposed. Whether they had this plan or not, Yi Tianyun had to go to the heavenly netherworld altar. The reason was very simple. He must go to the underworld treasure map. There must be something good in the marked place. So, how could he miss it? What he lacked now was power and extremely powerful treasures. The heavenly netherworld altar happened to be the territory of the heavenly netherworld divine nation, so he could rob the treasures and destroy the place. "You mean after we finish robbing, we will retreat first, and then you will destroy the place?" Elder Luo asked again. "Yes, is there a problem?" Yi Tianyun nodded and admitted, We know that you are not weak, but you are only at the void spirit stage, right? If you encounter a spirit king stage cultivator, even if you have 2 kinds of flames, it will be useless." "Shopkeeper, ye kindly advised. We also want to destroy this heaven netherworld altar, but destroying it is too difficult. We can kill a few experts, but we can't. But for the sake of safety, we can't do too much. We just need to interfere with them a little." Once they were discovered, it meant that a war would break out. The Phoenix race was not afraid of anyone, but a perfect plan could greatly reduce the casualties. It was easy to just charge over, and no one knew that. But once a battle broke out, in a situation where both sides were evenly matched, they would suffer heavy losses. The heavenly netherworld divine nation had a lot of people, and many of them were cultivators from the outside, so they didn't have to worry about their lives. For the Phoenix race, every death counted. Their reproduction ability was originally relatively low, so they were extremely cautious. Of course, the Phoenix race was usually not killed. If they could be captured, they would be captured, and their essence blood extracted for cultivation. It was definitely a great tonic. Since he said that, it means he is confident. 3 elders, after you finish robbing the resources, come back quickly. As for the divine envoy, just let him do whatever he wants. Bai Shui Huang interrupted. But they were all worried about Yi Tianyun's condition. If he died, how would they deal with the evil soul? Furthermore, the god emissary who had just joined had died. It was too strange, and morale would drop easily. No, but just do as I said. Bai Shui Huang looked at Yi Tianyun and said, "You are not a member of our Phoenix clan, so we should not stop you. But if you are caught, I hope you will have your own awareness." Bai Shui Huang looked at Yi Tianyun fiercely. Her words were very straightforward. If Yi Tianyun is really caught, he will kill himself. In short, don't say that it was the Phoenix race. Anything else is fine. After all, it wasn't that they were abandoning Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun was acting on his own, and they couldn't help him. Of course, this is my own business. I understand. Yi Tianyun smiled. He was happy that Bai Shui Huang was willing to support him. The three elders looked at each other and immediately sighed. It seems that they can only listen to Bai Shui Huang's words for now. After explaining everything clearly, the four of them quickly began to act. The three elders began to disguise themselves, and from their appearance, no one would be able to tell that they were from the Phoenix race. Unless they used their full strength and released the Phoenix fire, they wouldn't be exposed. Yi Tianyun was the most straightforward one. He just needed to change his face, and the rest didn't need to be changed. Let's go. After preparing, they immediately flew to the heavenly netherworld altar. Originally, they wanted to slow down and wait for Yi Tianyun, but they found that Yi Tianyun could easily keep up with them. When they increased their speed, Yi Tianyun also increased his speed and followed closely behind. Your speed is so fast. Is your cultivation really only at void spirit stage? They can feel Yi Tianyun's cultivation. It may not be accurate, but they can vaguely feel that he is at void spirit stage. The aura of a spirit king stage cultivator is completely different. After all, there is a huge difference in aura between the two. Yes, Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. He has the phoenix wings, so his speed is naturally not much lower than Yi Tianyun's. Ding! Heavenly Cloud's mansion successfully eradicated the evilist forces. Reward: 80,000. 000 EXP, 60,000. 000 CPS, 30,000. 000 SPs. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 7th layer void spirit stage. Yi Tianyun didn't have to do anything, and he already broke through to the next level. During the preparation period, Heavenly Cloud's mansion has been expanding its forces nonstop, and it has become more and more fierce. Yi Tianyun thought that it would slow down a little, but he didn't expect that Heavenly Cloud's mansion would continue to expand and quell any unstable forces. Yi Tianyun knew that his empire will soon be established, and that day is not far away. At their extremely fast speed, after flying for a few days, their speed soon slowed down. Elder Luo, who was flying in front of them, made a gesture, and they stopped and then landed. In front of us is the heavenly netherworld altar. Elder Luo led them to walk through the forest, and after passing through the forest, they saw a huge altar. It is very huge, like a big city, but this big city is not a real city, but a heavenly altar. The incomparably huge altar was connected to the sky. It was truly connected to the sky. It was extremely grand. Although it is huge, it is not solid inside, but people can enter and exit at will. It can be regarded as a huge city to live in. After seeing it, Yi Tianyun was shocked. This is the heavenly netherworld altar. It is basically a huge temple type. In fact, it is a huge temple, but it was occupied by the heavenly netherworld divine nation. We don't know what era it is exactly. In short, it already existed when we lived here. When Elder Luo and the others saw such a magnificent heavenly altar, they couldn't help but sigh. Yes, this is really amazing. Such a good thing is occupied by the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Shopkeeper, he shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. Tianyan shook his head and said, "It seems that I can't destroy this heavenly netherworld altar. I can only kill all the way out." When he saw this magnificent temple, he knew that with his current level, he couldn't destroy it at all. He was afraid that he would have to go further to destroy this heavenly netherworld altar. Just the outermost divine rune alone is so obscure that it is probably a creator-level divine rune. So, how can he destroy it? Chapter 5:17. So, the heaven underworld altar was occupied by the heavenly netherworld divine nation and not created by them. Tianyun looked at this heaven netherworld altar, and his heart was filled with a few thoughts. Yes, the heavenly netherworld divine nation can control the divine inscriptions inside the heaven underworld altar, so they took it for themselves. How could they have created it with their ability? Elder Luo's tone was full of disdain as she looked at the heaven underworld altar. "I'm afraid only a divine king can create it." A divine king? Tianyan's eyes lit up. A divine king was stronger than a holy king. It should be the most powerful existence in the world. But they had never seen it. They had disappeared from this world. Some said they had left for a wider world, while others said that all the divine kings were dead. No matter what the rumors were, everyone was in awe. Everyone wanted to be a divine king, but no one had become one. There were quite a few saint kings, but not a single living divine king. This heaven underworld altar could only be created by a divine king. At least the Phoenix race couldn't create it yet. They all had holy kings, but they couldn't create it. From this, it could be concluded that the heaven underworld altar was created by a divine king. Yes, the divine king level is a legendary level. The patriarchs have always been aiming for it, but it's too difficult to achieve. Elder Luo said solemnly, "The heavenly netherworld divine nation is plundering resources wantonly in order to create a god king, but it's not so easy to become a divine king. There has never been a divine king in the history of the Phoenix race." Is it so difficult to become a divine king? Tianyun's heart fluttered. He didn't know how he would feel after he broke through. He knew he could break through. As long as he had enough experience, it was only a matter of time. He just didn't know how long it would take. But if he could become a holy king, he felt that he could definitely become an overlord. Yes, it's very difficult. There are so many divine nations, but there is no divine king. That's the difficulty. There are several holy kings, but there is no divine king. It's too difficult to break through. Elder Luo explained. So no matter what, we have to be careful about this heaven underworld altar. Speaking of which, don't you know about the heaven underworld altar? How come you know less than us? I only know the general route. I'm not too sure about the story behind it. Tianyan smiled embarrassedly. It was no wonder that the map in the Netherworld treasure map was so complicated. It could be said that it was several times more difficult than the Coiling Dragon treasure map that he had obtained previously. Fortunately, they mistakenly thought that Tianyan wanted to kill his way out. In fact, his real goal was to destroy the Heaven Netherworld altar. From the name, he really thought that it was created by the Heaven Netherworld Divine Kingdom, who knew that he had only taken it for himself and not created it himself. However, he had previously said that he could destroy divine inscriptions. If he encountered the Creator's divine inscription, things would truly be awkward. He had no way to destroy it. All right then, are the preparations almost done? We're going to sneak in. I'll leave the rest to you. The three of them looked at Tianyan with determined eyes. They all believed that Tianyan could break in with them. Tianyun was a divine inscription grandmaster. He couldn't possibly lie, right? They were just worried that Tianyun would be in danger. It was not that they didn't trust him. As long as there's life, there's hope. They didn't want Tianyun to lose his life here. No problem. Leave it to me. Tianyun glanced around. This heaven underworld altar was heavily guarded. It was not so easy to break in. There were several void spirit experts guarding the outermost area. It was not difficult to solve these problems. However, if they did not find the right place, they would be easily discovered. There are a total of 6 entrances to the heaven underworld altar. Each entrance is guarded by a void spirit expert. The inside is also heavily guarded. According to the information we received, there should be about 3 spirit king experts. One of them is the most famous general baron of the heavenly underworld divine nation. He has the pure bloodline of the dragon clan. His cultivation is as high as the 5th layer of Spirit King stage. Elder Luo knew that Tianyun only knew the route. He didn't know the details of the situation inside. Therefore, we must avoid fighting with Baron as much as possible. We must try our best to kill him. Otherwise, we will be exposed. Everyone nodded. They roughly knew what was going on. This is the map given to us by the Patriarch. Divine Envoy, take a look at it. Is it different from the one you've seen before? Elder Luo handed the map to Tianyun and said. Tianyun took a look at it and nodded. There's no problem with the map. It's just that it's a bit crude. However, there are a lot of routes. What surprised him the most was that the so-called treasure points were worlds apart from his own. The treasure point drawn in the Ghost World treasure map was completely in the central area. However, the map given to him was completely in the peripheral area. No matter what, let's kill our way in first. No matter which entrance we take, we must deal with a void spirit stage powerhouse. Leave this place to me. My concealment ability is the strongest. I should be able to hide within a range of 2 zhang without being discovered. Shopkeeper Yi stood up and intended to take the lead. He looked at Tianyun and said, Divine Envoy, which entrance do you think we should attack? At this time, they found that Tianyun was resting with his eyes closed. It was as if he didn't hear them. They looked at each other, but they didn't disturb him. They were thinking about which path to choose. In fact, he wasn't thinking about which path to choose at all. Instead, he was using his spiritual sense to explore the area. No matter how perfect it was not as perfect as his teleportation. After a while, he successfully explored the environment inside and locked onto a remote area. Then he opened his eyes. Okay, I know what to do. Tianyun smiled. He was still so confident. Which path to choose? Shopkeeper Yi had a dagger in his hand. It was a high-grade sacred tool. It seemed that he had done a lot of assassination. Catch me, Tianyun said with an inconceivable answer. Choose, huh? They all looked at Tianyun in amazement. They didn't know what he meant. Grab my shoulder. Come on. Tianyun gestured them to hurry up. Chapter 518. In a remote corner of the heavenly netherworld altar, a light suddenly flashed, and 4 figures appeared out of thin air. If there was someone nearby, they would definitely be shocked. We're in. Tianyun looked around. The area they were in was a small corner. It was not a room, it was the outermost edge. It had taken him a lot of effort to forcefully probe his way in, and he had even found this relatively secluded place to enter. Other places were really inconvenient. What we're in? They were shocked, and after looking around, they found that they were really in. Everything was so magical and shocking. Did you use teleportation? After recovering from the shock, they immediately looked at Tianyun. and their eyes were full of horror. "You can say that." Itianyan smiled. After his teleportation was upgraded, there was no problem for him to bring 3 people in, and the distance was even more amazing. So compared to before, he had a greater chance of escaping, and there were no restrictions. No matter what divine runes were useless to him, he could still easily escape with teleportation. What formation to trap him? It was truly useless. He could escape with a single teleportation. There was no meaning to it. God, you can also teleport. Is it a rare spatial physique? No wonder you said that you can fight here alone. With this skill, we are much weaker than you in escaping. After Elder Luo and the others recovered, they were still shocked. These were all rare things, and they were all gathered on one person. It was really incredible. Now is not the time to talk about this kind of thing. We should sneak in. We don't have much time. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and his figure quickly disappeared in front of them. Elder Luo and the others nodded to each other. Their eyes were full of confidence. They believed that they would definitely complete the task this time. Immediately, they all hid themselves and followed Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan did not immediately follow the map provided by Shui Huang, but followed the map provided by Shui Huang. Since she gave him this information, it must be correct. He believed that this should be a treasure house, and he could go there first, and then go to the location of the Netherworld treasure map. Inside the heavenly Netherworld altar, it was as magnificent as it looked from the outside. The hard stones were not ordinary stones, but a kind of profound golden stone. Even a spirit king stage cultivator would not be able to move it. The entire heaven underworld altar was made of this kind of stone, so once one was trapped, there was no hope of breaking through the walls. It was impossible. Not only was the toughness of the stone unshakable, the divine inscriptions inscribed on it were all at the level of a grandmaster. Not a single one of them was lower than a grandmaster. How terrifying! This place was much stronger than the Netherworld prison. It was on a completely different level. Even Yi Tianyan couldn't easily break through it. It should be said that there was no way to break it, unless the level of the divine inscription was raised to the next level. There was no way to break it. This was the work of a god king, so how could he break it? But he didn't have to worry about this now. As he sneaked along the way, he soon encountered a group of patrolling cultivators. The cultivators leading the group were not strong. They were all cultivators of core transformation stage. Although the heavenly netherworld divine nation was strong, they didn't have void spirit stage powerhouses. If void spirit stage powerhouses were everywhere, they could just kill them directly. Why would they need to plot so much? Go! Yi Tianyan signaled with his eyes, and his figure flashed quickly behind them. With a heavy blow, a hidden force poured into their bodies and instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye, all 5 guards were killed by Yi Tianyan. Elder Luo didn't even have time to act, but Yi Tianyan already killed all of them. Not even their skin was touched. Divine Messenger, aren't you a little too fast? Elder Luo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Compared to Elder Yi, your assassination ability is not bad. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, "It's just SOSO. They immediately cleaned up the corpses. The most direct way was to hide the corpses in the corner. This place was quite spacious, so there was no problem hiding the corpses. It's just that after a long time, they would soon be discovered." Suddenly, a team of patrolling guards disappeared, and they believed that they would soon find something strange. But it would take a lot of time, so it would not be difficult for them. "Let's go this way." Yi Tianyun's figure disappeared again, and then quickly sneaked in. They were stunned for a moment, and found that this route was not the same as the route given by Shui Huang, but they immediately followed without asking a word. Soon, after a few laps, they came directly in front of a dead end. A dead end? They were all stunned. They didn't expect that Eteonion would bring them to a dead end. Eteonion didn't say a word and gently patted the wall. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the wall, and he slipped in. Elder Luo and the others were shocked. They didn't expect it to be a hidden path. They quickly followed, and soon the stone wall quickly closed. As soon as it closed, a patrol passed by, and several of them heard the sound and looked over. "Did you hear something just now?" One of them wondered. "I heard it. It seems like the sound of stones rubbing against each other. It came from over there." They all walked over and found that there was only a stone wall, and there was nothing there. They were puzzled. There was nothing here, so how could there be a sound? Is there a leak in the wall, or is the sound coming from another place? They scratched their heads and finally left. They didn't know how many times they had been here, so they knew whether there was a hidden mechanism or not. However, they didn't know that there was a hidden mechanism here. After Eteonion and the others came in, it was still very bright, so there was no problem. All the way forward, they didn't know where it led to. "There is a secret passage here. We can't see it." Elder Lei was shocked. They thought that Eteonion was leading the wrong way, but it turned out that there was a secret passage. "If you can see it, then you can lead the way." Elder Luo gave him a look. "I just sighed. Is there a need to say that?" Elder Lei retorted. Okay. This is a secret passage. I don't know if other people know about it, but this road can easily lead us to the treasure house." Eteonion obtained the underworld treasure map, so he knew all the secret passages inside. But just because he knew about it, it didn't mean that others didn't know about it. Maybe the patrols didn't know about it, but maybe Ming Chen knew about it. Chapter 5:19. Under Eteonion's lead, the road was smooth and easy. There was no difficulty at all. There were a lot of patrols outside the passage, but they couldn't detect the situation inside. Unless their spiritual sense was very powerful, they couldn't penetrate the thick walls and find out their existence. If they could detect the situation inside, the secret passage would be useless. After all, there was no point in using the secret passage anymore. It's good that someone knows the route here. We don't need to sneak in slowly anymore. Now that we have reached our destination, it's really easy. I was a little nervous when I first came here. Shopkeeper Yi smiled, but he didn't relax his grip on the dagger in his hand. He had to be vigilant. He couldn't let his guard down. This was someone else's territory, not his own, so he couldn't let his guard down. The other elders were the same. They didn't relax and looked around vigilantly. "Wait!" Eteonion waved his hand and signaled them to stop. He turned his head and looked to the side. When they looked at the side, they were startled and immediately became angry. With their spiritual sense, they could easily detect the situation outside. Although they couldn't detect the situation outside, they could easily detect the situation outside. In their spiritual sense, they saw a spirit king stage powerhouse soaking in the blood pool, and there were a lot of corpses around him. There were corpses of all ages, but they were all female. All the corpses he caught were female, not male, and they were all young girls. Among them, there were many Phoenix Race's corpses, and now they were hanging on the side, twitching. Their blood was constantly flowing into the blood pool. He was holding a woman in his arms, and they were doing some improper things. "It's too slow. Why did the Phoenix Race take so long? Didn't they say that they would send a few phoenixes to us?" Men whose eyes were like a tiger's eyes, and he was very dissatisfied when he saw that the blood on the corpses was almost drained. Men who, third layer spirit king stage, heavenly tiger's bloodline, can release a domineering tiger aura and has a strong physique comparable to a low-grade sacred tool. Martial arts, tiger explosion, tiger roar, tiger golden body, etc. Weakness is an inch below the neck, the weakest part. Combat power, 230 million. If you kill it, you will obtain, Tianyan couldn't be bothered to read the details. He only felt the rage in his heart. The cultivators who were captured had eyes filled with despair, but most of them were resentment and unwillingness. In the prime of his life, he was captured by men who and drained of his blood until he died. In fact, he even had his essence stolen by men who. He really couldn't accept this. This guy is Men, who, one of the experts stationed at the Heaven Netherworld altar. His power is very domineering, and he has the bloodline of the Heavenly Tiger. I didn't expect to meet him here. He has always done evil, and I heard that he likes to absorb the essence of women. Now, it seems like it's true. This guy really deserves to die. He even captured a member of our Phoenix race. We have to come up with a plan to deal with him. Yes, I agreed. The area he was in was rather hidden. Even if we burst out, the outside world wouldn't be able to sense it. To be able to kill one or two of the three generals is equivalent to breaking the wings of the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom. Then, let's discuss how to deal with him. The three of us will attack him together, and the Divine Messenger will be responsible for guarding outside. When they wanted to ask for Tianyun's opinion, they found that he had already disappeared. They didn't know where he went, and the surroundings were empty. Apart from the three of them, there was no one else around. Give me a quick death. The captured woman was lying powerlessly in a pool of blood. Her blood was constantly being extracted by the divine rune under her body and flowed into the blood pool, strengthening the blood energy in the blood pool for men who to absorb. This begging sound is really the most beautiful sound in the world. Men who was immersed in the pleasure of listening to the sound of begging for mercy, and he felt very comfortable. At the moment when he relaxed and enjoyed the feeling, a sharp light fiercely swept over, and a sudden sense of crisis came from behind, causing him to jump up. But everything was too slow. The sharp light had already pierced the area below his neck, and like piercing through a piece of paper, it easily pierced through his entire body. Even if his body was comparable to a low-grade holy tool, it was too weak to withstand such an attack. Before he could react, the domineering power directly smashed into his stomach, directly shattering many bones in his body and shattering a large part of them. Ah! After a huge suction force violently sucked the spiritual power out of his body. A small half of the spiritual power in his body was instantly lost, and he felt like he was being sucked dry. Who are you? When Men Who reacted, he was already like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The person who appeared in front of him was a young man with cold eyes, and his palm was placed on his chest, constantly sucking the spiritual power out of his body. However, he couldn't move at all. The long sword behind him had pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground, causing him to float in the air. His feet couldn't touch the ground. At most, he could move his feet slightly, but he couldn't move anything else. A dignified spirit king stage expert was instantly controlled, and he couldn't react at all. The one who enforces justice on behalf of heaven, the person who appeared in front of Men, who was undoubtedly Tianyun. Tianyun's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent, but he wouldn't let Men Who die so easily. Someone come. There's an assassin. Men Who shouted loudly, and his deafening voice resounded in the room, but no one rushed in from the outside. His voice was completely blocked by the divine rune outside. It's useless. You can't even shout your lungs out. I've set up a soundproof divine rune here. You can't even hear your voice. Tianyun said expressionlessly, He didn't do this to earn EXP, but to completely suck the spiritual power out of men whose body, so that he could torture him better. When did you set up Sound Isolation Divine Rune? Why didn't I notice it? Men who was shocked. Although he had been staying here for a long time, he didn't know that Itianyun had set up Sound Isolation Divine Rune. What if I let you know? Itianyun sneered. Chapter 5:20. Men who was completely scared. He was a powerful person, and it seemed like he was going to die. No matter how loud he shouted, it would be useless. If he used his fierce tiger roar in his normal state, the outside world would definitely know about it. Now that his spine was sealed by the long sword, the bones in his body were so fragile that they were shattered in an instant. This made him unable to save him, and he couldn't even attack. All of this happened in a split second, and he didn't even have the chance to resist. At this time, Elder Luo and the others came in from the secret passage. If they opened the door normally, they would definitely be discovered. Tianyun used teleportation and invisibility to perfect his plan. Fortunately, the cooldown was just over, and after leveling up, the cooldown was reduced, so when he sneaked in, the cooldown was already over. When Tianyun saw men who, he threw all his plans to the back of his mind. He wanted to kill men. Who first? He might not be a good person, but he couldn't just ignore the situation. Men who was killed in an instant. This is unbelievable. When they came in, they found that there was a soundproof divine rune in the secret passage. Tianyun's speed was really amazing, and they didn't even have time to react. The most important thing was that men who was killed in an instant. How could a Void Spirit Stage expert kill a Spirit King Stage expert in an instant, even if it was a sneak attack? Such a strong body, but it was so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. When they looked carefully, they noticed that the sword that pierced through men whose back was not a low-grade, high-rank sacred tool. No wonder it could pierce through men whose body so easily. All of this was beyond their expectation. Even if the weapon was strong, it couldn't be that amazing, right? Tianyun naturally activated crazy mode, and he didn't hold back much. He instantly burst out with his strongest attack power, and his combat power reached more than 500 million. He wanted to kill men who in one move, and he didn't want to waste any time. The three elders swallowed their saliva, and they felt a chill down their spine. If Tianyun attacked them, they would definitely suffer the same fate. A third-layer Spirit King Stage expert was killed just like that, and they felt that they were in a bad situation. Initially, they wanted to kill him with everything they had. But now, it seemed that they didn't even need to show up, they just needed to come in and save men who. Hurry up and save him. Tianyun said in a low voice. They nodded and immediately began to rescue people. However, after strolling around, their expressions became more and more solemn. Ha! Save them? Don't even think about it. They're dead for sure. No matter what you do, there's no way to save them. Men who laughed heartily, but before long, an intense pain came from his abdomen. A small knife appeared in Tianyun's hand, and he fiercely stabbed him a few times, causing him to feel intense pain. More importantly, a wave of flames quickly spread in and burned his body bit by bit. To them, this kind of injury was nothing, but under the crazy burning of the flames, the pain was really unbearable. Don't worry, you will soon be buried with them. Tianyun's eyes were cold. This kind of person couldn't be compensated even if he died 10,000 times. Kill me if you dare. Men who knew that it was impossible for him to survive. Instead of surrendering, he might as well let the other party kill him and end his suffering. Killing you so easily would be letting you off too easily. Etianyan used the immortal fire to burn men whose body bit by bit, starting from his legs and burning it up bit by bit. During this period, he constantly devoured the spiritual power in men whose body and turned it into his own experience. Divine emissaries, there are only 3 left alive. They brought 3 women over, but they were already on the verge of death. But when they saw men whose fate, their eyes were filled with joy and joy. Many, many thanks. After breaking free from the shackles, they smiled at Etianyan, but soon bit their tongues to commit suicide. Unwilling to live any longer in this world, they could have continued to live in this world after treatment, but they didn't want to. Their bodies were tainted, and they suffered such torture. There was not a single part of their body that was unharmed. If they could commit suicide before, they would have already done. So instead of living like this, one of them was a cultivator from the Phoenix race, and he also smiled at them and said softly, "Thank you, human race." "Phoenix race thanks you." Elder Luo and the others quickly took off their masks, revealing their faces, and hurriedly said, "We are elders. We are here to save you." When the woman from the Phoenix race saw them, she showed a surprised look, but soon it turned into a warm smile. "Elders, I knew you would come to save us, but I can't live for long, and I don't want to live anymore. I'm sorry." After saying that, she also chose to commit suicide, not choosing to live. They had suffered too much torture and pain, and if they lived, they would remember this painful memory every day. They knew that they could take revenge, and that was enough. They didn't think much about the rest. Bastard! They watched their own people choose to commit suicide, but there was nothing they could do. Etianyan looked at them, his eyes full of coldness. He could save them, but they had no desire to live at all. Even if he saved them, they would choose to commit suicide. The pain and torture for too long had become a permanent mark in their hearts, and their minds were fragile, and they would soon collapse. Instead of that, they might as well choose to commit suicide and end everything. Elder Luo and the others clenched their fists and looked at men, who angrily, "You bastard!" When Men who saw Elder Luo and the others, he was also surprised. "So, it's you? How did you sneak in?" "Don't worry, not only did we sneak in, but we will also kill you one by one. Your heavenly netherworld divine nation has done all kinds of bad things. I will punish you on behalf of the heavens and destroy you all," Etianyan said sternly. "Ha ha ha, punish on behalf of the heavens. Your Phoenix race has no chance of winning. You are dead. I will wait for you down there." Men who laughed coldly, his eyes full of resentment. But not long after, he continued to scream. Etianyan increased the strength of his flames, and the speed of the burning increased a bit. The intense pain made him even more unbearable. "Don't worry, we won't go down there. You will soon see others go down to accompany you," Etianyan said indifferently. "But before that, you should enjoy everything." He didn't plan to kill Men who immediately. He wanted to let him enjoy everything. Otherwise, he would die a happy death. Soon, he drained all of Men who's experience, and Men who was now a cripple, unable to fight back, let alone commit suicide. "Don't you want to give him a few blows?" Etianyan turned his head and looked at Elder Luo and the others. "Of course." Chapter 521. Ding. Successfully killed Men who. Reward: 130 million EXP, 13,000 crazy point, 5,000 SPs. Reward: Heavenly Tiger Armor, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Heavenly Tiger Boots, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Heavenly Tiger Claws, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Heavenly Tiger Bloodline, Earth Level Mid-Grade. Rare. Cooldown Divine Pill, Rare. Cooldown All Skills. Men whose life didn't last long before he was killed by Etianyan. They didn't want to waste any more time here. If they were discovered, then their plan would be hindered, so they could only end Men whose life. At least they solved everything that needed to be solved and avenged those who died. No extra reward. This is too stingy. Tianyan frowned. He thought he could get an extra reward, but he didn't expect that even a third-layer spirit king stage cultivator wouldn't get an extra reward. But it was true that he could easily crush a third-layer spirit king stage cultivator, so it was too difficult to get an extra reward. Let's go, let's leave this place. Tianyan reached out his hand and cremated the corpses, then put them into a box. After leaving this place, he would find a place to bury them. He would not let these corpses stay here. It would be hard for him to find peace. Elder Luo and the others nodded. They first placed men whose body in the blood pool and arranged it so that it looked like it was soaking in the blood pool. If the guards opened the door, they would think that men who was sleeping. This way, they would be able to buy some time, which was very beneficial to them. Divine Messenger, you are so strong that you can easily kill a spirit king stage cultivator. They have a new understanding of Yi Tianyun's strength. It's too shocking, and they still haven't recovered from it. Yes, is it possible that he is a spirit king stage cultivator? They felt that they had greatly underestimated Yi Tianyun's strength. Before, they thought that Yi Tianyan was too bold, but now it seems that their judgment was wrong. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianyan controlled men. Which one of them could do this? I don't have a spirit king stage cultivation. I'm only a void spirit stage cultivator. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, I won because of a sneak attack. He was too careless. That's why I could easily control him. They looked at each other. Although Yi Tianyan said so, they already have a few ideas in their mind. At least they don't treat Yi Tianyan as a void spirit expert, but as a spirit king expert. If Yi Tianyan was a void spirit stage cultivator, then he would be able to do a sneak attack. Shopkeeper, Yi asked himself, he can't even do this. He doesn't know how Yi Tianyan did it. He doesn't know how Yi Tianyan did it. Even a spirit king stage cultivator wouldn't be able to detect his presence. This was the effect of the divine skill. If it weren't for the three elders, Yi Tianyan would be able to enter the treasure vault without anyone noticing his presence. Unless it was a spirit king stage cultivator or a saint king stage cultivator, no one would be able to detect his presence. According to the explanation of the invisibility technique, unless it was a spirit king stage cultivator or a spirit king stage cultivator, no one would be able to detect his presence. However, there was still another way to stop him, and that was to use a restrictive type of divine inscription. Invisibility was useless against divine inscriptions. The treasure vault is in front of us. We can't enter it from here, so we have to attack from the front. Yi Tianyan said solemnly. They nodded. This was the most important battle. As long as they finished looting the treasure vault, they would immediately slip away. Soon, they arrived at the treasure vault, and Yi Tianyan lightly tapped on the wall. Soon, the stone door opened slightly. The stone door wouldn't make a loud noise, so it was better not to come in. After they came out, the stone door quickly closed. The place where they came out from was a relatively remote corner. These were all designed to be around the corner. So after they came out, there were not many soldiers guarding it. They glanced at each other and quickly went into the treasure vault. After turning a corner, a door appeared in front of them. There were 4 void spirit stage experts guarding the door. They looked a bit sloppy. They probably thought that no one could break through this place, so they just stayed there and chatted with each other. Soon, someone delivered something, and after checking it, the guard nodded and said, "Well, you can go now." The cultivators who were transported over nodded and quickly left. The guards pushed the door open and took the things that were transported in. In fact, it was just a storage ring, but it was not clear what was inside. In short, there were cultivators who delivered things, and Bai Shui Huang must have gotten the information from them, but it was not clear how many things were inside. No matter what was inside, it was definitely not simple because the things they sent in were relatively simple and crude. All of them were spirit herbs or medicinal pills. Although they weren't weapons, spirit herbs were more important. This was the foundation of cultivation, so the more the better. What these cultivators brought over were only elixirs and elixirs. Other than that, they didn't want anything else. What's inside? Maybe there are countless medicinal pills or spirit herbs stored inside. Elder Luo looked at the door over there and frowned. Etianyan used his spiritual sense to explore and found that it was even more difficult to explore. He couldn't go inside at all. It was much more difficult to explore than outside. Outside, he could still force his way in, but here, he couldn't explore anything. No matter what, we'll know when we break in. The 4 guards have no problem solving it. It's just that there are people coming here all the time, so we don't have much time. They glanced around and found that there weren't many patrols here, but in less than an incense stick worth of time, they would pass by here, and after a while cultivators would send things like spirit herbs over. Once they arrived, the guards would store them, and it wouldn't take long for them to come out. It's almost time, let's go. After waiting for a while, Etianyan rushed forward without hesitation. The 4 guards didn't have time to react. They were easily killed by Etianyan, and Etianyan, they can't even make a sound. After dealing with the guards, they quickly opened the door and dragged the 4 corpses inside. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared and hid inside. Chapter 5:22. In front of them, there were thousands of demon beasts, all locked in cages. This was a huge cage, imprisoning thousands of demon beasts. There were all kinds of demonic beasts here. Regardless of whether they were intelligent phoenixes, giant dragons, or unintelligent tigers and giant bears, they were all imprisoned here. The number of thousands of demon beasts was quite spectacular. The key point was that the cultivation of these demon beasts was not low. All of them were above the core transformation stage. Some were even as high as the void spirit stage. When they broke in, they found that several cultivators were constantly throwing out spiritual herbs from their storage rings and feeding them to these demon beasts. It seemed that they were just keeping them in captivity, letting them continue to grow. When these demon beasts were trapped inside, they either refused to eat or obediently ate. If they refused, these cultivators would force them in and force them to take the spiritual herbs. Those that were obedient were much easier to deal with. They were thrown directly into the cage so that they could eat slowly. You've brought more spiritual herbs so quickly? I'll come and get them now. Who are you people? The breeder inside turned his head and was stunned when he saw the 4 strangers. Immediately, Etienne's eyes became cold and quickly rushed over there, easily killing all of them on the spot. These breeders' cultivation was not high. They were only at the core transformation stage, so they were easily killed without any resistance. These demonic beasts were all imprisoned and couldn't even commit suicide. Therefore, there was no need for experts with high cultivation to be their keepers. They also didn't want to do this kind of thing. I thought this would be a treasure house, but it seems that we were wrong. This is not a treasure house at all, but a bunch of demon beasts in captivity. It seems that they want to domesticate them and then make them their army. Etianyan was shocked. He thought that he could rob a lot of spiritual herbs, but he didn't expect that it was just a breeding ground. The information was not wrong. There seemed to be a lot of spiritual herbs here, but in fact, they were all transported here for a large number of demon beasts to eat. Only by feeding them for a long time could they be domesticated. Yes, there is some venom here, venom that can domesticate them. Elder Luo found a jar of liquid on the side by side, with a lot of spiritual herbs and elixirs soaked in it. Only after it was soaked would it be given to them. It seemed that most of the demon beasts didn't need to be forced to eat. They should be gradually domesticated after taking these poisons, and then they would eat the spiritual herbs thrown in. Demon beasts above the core transformation stage, even if they didn't have spiritual wisdom, would be extremely resistant to imprisonment. Resistance was inevitable. They would rather die than put down their dignity. However, after forcefully injecting the venom, the result was that it would gradually be tamed. In order to strengthen the effects, it would definitely continue to consume the venom. Eteonyun looked over there, and detailed information appeared in front of him. After taking it for a long time, it could control the mind of human or demon beasts and make them obey its orders. The side effect is that the life is greatly reduced, and it is easy to die. The poison was really powerful, but after taking it for a long time, of the body of the effect. Usually, these could be determined. Therefore, one could only forcefully infuse it into the body before taking it. Well, we didn't find the treasure house, but we found the demon beast house. Eteonyun's eyes sunk. Well, we didn't find the treasure house, but we found the demon beast house. Eteonyun's eyes darkened. Thinking about it carefully, the Tianming altar was not the headquarters, so it was normal for there to be no treasures hidden here. The real place where the treasures were hidden must be in the Tianming imperial capital, not in the Tianming altar. It was just that the news they got at the beginning was that people often transported spiritual herbs here, so it was really mistaken as a treasure house. While strengthening their own strength, they could also deal a heavy blow to the Tianming divine kingdom. Unfortunately, there was only a group of demon beasts here, and there were no spiritual herbs. However, there were still a lot of spiritual herbs, especially those that had not been soaked in venom. With so many demon beasts, there must be a lot of spiritual herbs fed to them, so they had to be continuously transported from outside. The information is wrong. It seems that we came here in vain. Elder Lay sighed. Although there were still a lot of spiritual herbs here, it was still too little than expected. We didn't come here in vain. These are all their painstaking efforts. If we let them out or kill them all, then all their efforts will be in vain. Shopkeeper, he had his own ideas. With so many demon beasts tamed, it was impossible for them to tame them unless they spent a lot of time taming them, but the price would not be low. Therefore, the best way was to let them out and let them attack at will or be killed by them. They didn't know how long it took them to train so many demon beasts, but it must have cost them a lot. The higher the cultivation, the longer it would take to tame them. If these demon beasts were tamed into an army, their combat power would be amazing, and they would definitely be a powerful army with core transformation stage cultivation. No need. I will take care of these demon beasts. Eteonyun looked up at the group of demon beasts, and his heart was a little excited. For them, the only way to solve this problem was to drive them out and kill them. This was undoubtedly a great waste for him. He could successfully capture them by capturing them, and they would be absolutely loyal. In this state, he could build an extremely powerful force in his own empire. Thousands of demon beasts, and all of them were above the core transformation stage. How could he not be excited? You will take care of them? Kill them? Although they couldn't bear to do it, they really couldn't take the domesticated demon beasts away. They couldn't put a group of demon beasts into the storage ring, because the storage ring couldn't put the demon beasts in unless they were dead. At present, most of the storage rings could only put dead things, not living things at all. Of course not. I will take them away. This way, the heavenly netherworld divine nation will lose a lot of money. Eteonyun's eyes lit up. This was actually equivalent to a big treasure house for him. Take them away? Do you have a living storage ring? They were all surprised. Living storage rings were not very rare, but the space was very small. After all, the difficulty of making a living storage ring was much higher than a normal storage ring. Almost. Eteonyun flew over and said, "You guys investigate the situation outside first. I will take these demon beasts away." No problem. They looked at each other. Since Eteonyun said so, they would let him do it. Chapter 5:23. Eteonyun didn't dawdle. He immediately flew up and began to catch these demon beasts, basically one after another. There was no resistance at all. After successfully catching them, they were immediately kept in the pet space. When the elders guarding outside saw the situation here, they all nodded. It seems that there is no problem to keep them in. If it is an ordinary storage ring, there is no way to keep living things in it. If it can be kept, it will like a storage ring. It is estimated that people will be trapped in it at will. Of course, living things can't be easily kept in the storage ring. After all, they will resist. If they choose not to resist, they will really be absorbed. For those weak ones, it can be easily carried on their body without any harm. Ding successfully subdued the giant bear. Gained 2 million EXP, pet capture skill proficiency increased by 600 points. Ding successfully subdued the giant tiger. Gained 1,700,000 EXP, pet capture skill proficiency increased by 500 points. Ding successfully subdued. He quickly caught the beasts. If the first time is unsuccessful, then he will use it a second time. If the second time is unsuccessful, then he will use it a third time. If it didn't even succeed the third time, he would give it a vicious punch before subduing it. In this way, there were no pets that could not be subdued by him, and he could easily subdue them into the pet bar. The capacity of this pet bar is almost endless. There is no limit at all. As long as you can catch a pet, you can put it in. As much as you can, it is completely infinite space. This is the same as the inventory. It has infinite space. Fortunately, there is infinite space. If you want to buy it, you don't know how much crazy point it will cost. Collect, collect, collect. Tianyun's speed is getting faster and faster, and suddenly hundreds of beasts were easily subdued. If they see this situation, they will definitely vomit blood. They have worked so hard to cultivate the beasts for so long. They will definitely vomit blood when they are taken away. Someone is coming. Let's put on the guard's clothes and go out. Elder Luo and the others have already put on the guard's clothes and walked out. After a while, the door opened again, and Elder Luo walked in with a storage ring in his hand. Fortunately, they didn't recognize it. Elder Luo smiled, and his eyes were full of surprise. Fortunately, he had not been seen through, or the battle would have been inevitable. Tianyun looked over and nodded. It seemed that these cultivators who came to deliver the elixirs were not very familiar with the guards. Even if they had seen the guards before, the guards would be replaced. Therefore, they only needed to give the elixirs. There was no need to look into other matters. Moreover, who would have thought that someone from the outside world would successfully sneak in and even disguise as a guard here? Following that, he calmly began to frantically capture them. His speed became faster and faster, and in a short while, more than half of the demonic beasts were captured by him. Ding successfully raised Advanced Pet Capturing Mastery to Master Pet Capturing Mastery. After leveling up, the success rate of capturing monsters had greatly increased. Basically, he could capture one monster with a single attempt. His efficiency had also increased significantly. Awesome! Tianyun exclaimed in his heart. Compared to the previous attempts, this was much faster. Since their grades were completely different, the speed at which they captured them was naturally different. As the number of monsters he captured increased, he became more and more excited. After returning this time, he would hand over all these pets to Heavenly Cloud Mansion, and they would be able to form a powerful team in an instant. Even if the Imperial forces came to attack them, they would not be afraid at all. Bang! 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 Sounds of fighting came from outside, but Tianyun didn't pay attention to it. He only needed to capture the demonic beasts, and he would leave the rest to them. Soon, they dragged a few corpses from the outside. They were all patrolmen. Sure enough, these guys can still recognize us. Fortunately, I was smart enough to kill them immediately. Otherwise, they would have already reported it to the authorities. Shopkeeper, Yi wiped his sweat. It was like dancing on a sharp knife, and he would be cut in half if he was not careful. After all, there were walls on all sides, and a little carelessness could lead to being trapped here. We have already caught so many. This speed is too fast. When they looked up, they found that most of the demonic beasts here were gone. There were only 200 or 300 demonic beasts left. After capturing them, they could leave. They didn't care about the other treasures for the time being. They didn't want to be trapped here. Isn't the storage capacity of the divine messengers, living storage, ring a little too big? After collecting so many, can it still continue to collect? They wondered if Eteonyun killed them and collected them. If they looked closely, they found that Eteonyun waved his hand, and the light enveloped those demonic beasts. Then, these demonic beasts' eyes were confused, and they were quickly collected without struggling. Fortunately, we brought the divine messenger this time. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us. We could only kill so many demonic beasts. Elder Lei sighed. Kill them? Whether we can come in smoothly is another matter. Elder Luo said, let's continue to guard outside and wait for the divine messenger to finish collecting them. If you encounter danger or are discovered, quickly hide inside. I will take you out. Eteonyun shouted, and his hands didn't stop at all. What? We can still escape from here? They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This was a little beyond their understanding. They didn't ask much and immediately went out to guard. Since Eteonyun said, so, it must be so. However, this situation didn't last long. Soon, they rushed in from the outside and fiercely closed the door and blocked it from the inside. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the whole door slightly shook, as if a house was being demolished. What's going on? Eteonyun asked while quickly catching the demonic beasts. I didn't expect them to see through us. In addition to Baron, there is another General Neo-Tunshin who is no weaker than Baron. The worst is heavenly netherworld divine nations, Ming Chen. I didn't expect him to also come. Elder Luo said with an ugly face. Even Ming Chen is here. Eteonyun's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Ming Chen to also come here. Yes, in addition, Ming Chen's companions also came. There are 4 Spirit King stage experts, and a lot of Void Spirit stage experts. It seems that we were discovered in the end. Their faces were dignified. The door in front of them was bombarded crazily, making a deafening sound that resounded throughout the room. Although the divine runes here were very strong, it was only a matter of time before it was broken. Chapter 5:24. How can someone sneak in here? Can't the guard see anything? A rough-looking man stared at the gate coldly. They took turns to attack the gate, trying to destroy the divine rune on the gate. But as the guards attacked, the divine rune dimmed little by little. It seemed like it wouldn't take long before it was destroyed. With so many experts taking turns to attack, if they couldn't even destroy a gate, they would be ashamed to face others. Although the divine rune here was very hard, it wasn't a creator-level divine rune, so it wasn't very difficult to destroy it. I don't know. The patrolmen were trembling in fear. They were worried that they would be punished. Pa! The patrolman was slapped heavily on the face of the patrolman. He was sent flying to the wall. He died instantly. I don't know, what else can you say? The rough-looking man was Baron. Dragon scales could be seen on his body. It was rumored that he had the blood of a dragon. He wasn't like other cultivators who absorbed dragon blood to strengthen themselves. He was a dragon himself. He was a dragon man, an expert who had the blood of a dragon. Baron, their cultivation is so low, what can they find out? Even men who was killed, I believe that they are at the Spirit King stage. How can they find out? Ming Chen, who was next to him, stood up and said coldly, I'm just curious as to how they managed to sneak in. The guards outside are all fine. It's really strange that they managed to sneak in so easily. Could it be that they have some way to sneak in here? A sturdy man with a bull's horn on his head. It was obvious that he was Nyo Tunshin. His mouth wasn't very big, but he had mastered an amazing martial art that could devour anything. It was precisely because he cultivated a very powerful devouring martial art that he called himself the Sky-Swallowing Bull, as if he could even swallow the heavens. It's possible, Baron said coldly. Not only did they kill men, but they also broke into this demonic beast cage. What is their purpose? If they killed the demonic beasts that we tamed with great difficulty, we will be in trouble. The heavenly netherworld, Holy Lord, will definitely punish us. Nyo Tunshin shuddered. Even if he claimed to be able to swallow the heavens, he would only be roasted like beef in front of the heavenly underworld saint. I didn't expect that we would encounter such a thing as soon as we arrived. Ming Chen said in a low voice, "What kind of force would dare to come here?" They thought about it, but couldn't think of any force. Because there were many powerful forces they had provoked, many forces, so they really couldn't guess. No matter who it is, if they kill our demonic beasts, they will also die. Baron tightly clenched his fist and fiercely punched the door. A terrifying dragon power exploded from his fist and fiercely struck the door. Then, with a loud bang, the whole door shook violently, but the door was still unbreakable. And they won't be able to escape from here. We've already set up an inescapable net. If they can even escape like this, then we really won't be able to survive here. Nyo Tunshin was furious. His brother men who had been killed, and they only found out when they went to look for him. Very quickly, when they quickly investigated, they immediately discovered something strange. Unfortunately, it was too late. They had already hidden behind the door and temporarily could not break it. Ming Chun and the others shrugged their shoulders. They could only help to break the door. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous bombardment came from outside, hitting the hard door again and again, knocking on their hearts. But they were still calm. If it were anyone else, they would probably be waiting for death. Apart from the door, there was no other exit, so other than waiting for death, they really didn't know what to do. People inside, listen to me. I advise you to obediently surrender. Don't touch those demonic beasts, or you will suffer a fate worse than death. Baron's voice came from outside. He was completely shouting. If we surrender, what will you do? Etianyan shouted while capturing the last small group of demonic beasts. If you surrender, we will leave your bodies intact. Baron said coldly. Then, those who agree are idiots. Etianyan laughed loudly. Surrendering would leave their bodies intact. No one would agree to such a result. They had killed men, so it was impossible for them to get out alive. When they broke in, it was tantamount to humiliating the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. How could they let them go out? I advise you to obediently surrender. Brother Baron is just joking with you. As long as you obediently surrender and accompany us to the heavenly netherworld imperial capital, as for how you will be punished, it is not our business. Ming Chen's voice came from outside. He began to persuade them. Baron's own brother had died, so he would definitely be furious. How could he say anything nice to deceive him? Ming Chen was different. After comforting Qin Dragon a little, he began to persuade them. Idiot, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Go wherever you want to go. Etianyan was very unhappy with Ming Chen. He directly scolded him. What? How dare you call me an idiot? You trash. Do you think it is very safe to hide inside? When the door is broken, you will all die. Ming Chen was immediately angry. Who had ever scolded him in front of his face? They wanted to break the door as fast as possible. According to the current situation, they could at least hold on for a few days. The divine runes on the door could be broken, but it did not mean that it could be easily broken in a few hours. Saying that you are an idiot is light. I don't know how your mother gave birth to a retard like you. Hurry up and go back to drinking milk. Tianyan scolded him again, angering Ming Chun. Good, good, good. You trash, just wait for me. Ming Chun flew into a rage. He smashed the door even harder than Baron and the others. Elder Luo and the others looked at each other. Why did Tianyan scold them so fiercely? Soon, Tianyan collected all the demonic beasts into his pet bar. Thousands of demonic beasts were caught, and a lot of experience points were obtained. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan for successfully breaking through to Void Spirit Stage Level 8. This speed of breaking through was really unparalleled. After catching thousands of demonic beasts, each demonic beast could provide about 1 million experience points, directly obtaining more than 1 billion experience points, directly allowing him to level up. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan for completing the achievement Crazy Capturing Demon, obtained the title Capturing Master. Capturing Master. Increase the success rate of capturing by 20%. Chapter 5:25. Not only did he level up, but he also got a title reward, which made Tianyan feel very comfortable. Sure enough, this trip was really profitable. Even if there were no treasures or elixirs, he was already very satisfied. He could get so many monsters and experience points. What could be more satisfying than this? He got a lot of experience points at once and leveled up. But when he saw that the next level required 1 billion experience points, he couldn't help but sigh. The higher the level, the more experience points he needed. If he didn't kill monsters above the Void Spirit stage, he wouldn't be able to get a lot of experience points. The experience of Core Transformation stage was nothing to him. It was even less than the experience he got from catching pets. Of course, the experience gained from catching pets wasn't very high. Most of the experience gained was more than 500,000 to 600,000. Some of the Void Spirit stage gave more experience. The important thing was that there were enough of them, so they could level up easily. However, it took a lot of time to catch all of them. If they were all killed, the time would definitely be reduced by half. Finally, all of them. Tianyan took a deep breath. This was really a physical work. But the physical work outside was even more amazing. They kept attacking the door. From the beginning. Divine Messenger finally caught all the monsters. They looked around and saw that all the monsters in the cages had been caught. They could imagine what kind of mood they would have when they broke the door and saw that the place was empty. They would definitely be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. The most important thing was that they weren't here yet. Yes, we are ready to evacuate. There is no treasure house at all, only a bunch of monsters. Tianyan gestured for them to grab him and get ready to teleport out. It's okay. Our main purpose is to hit the heavenly netherworld divine country hard. Now we have achieved our goal, and it's very good. Elder Luo and the others felt very satisfied. They would have vomited blood if they were in Tianyan's position. Their phoenixes were also among them, which made it even more worthwhile for them to come here. Tianyan nodded and quickly teleported them out of the cave without any hindrance. Even such a powerful divine rune was unable to stop the teleportation effect. The crazy system had already jumped out of this category, and this godly skill was even more so he could easily escape. The next moment, they appeared in the forest outside. It was quite safe. That's enough, said Tianyan. The three of them looked around. Although they were prepared, they were still deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. This speed was really too shocking. They easily escaped from inside. It's so abnormal. He can escape so easily. The walls of the heaven, netherworld, altar don't seem to be there at all. Elder Luo and the others sighed with envy. It was just that they were envious and couldn't cultivate with him. They felt that they had to have a spatial constitution to be able to use it. They didn't have this kind of talent, so they could only look at it. There was no way they could learn it. It was obvious that no matter how they were taught, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. This was just their wishful thinking. How could ordinary teleportation have such an effect? At most, they could teleport a small distance. The key was that they couldn't break through the divine rune and teleport in at will. That's right. They're going to vomit blood this time. They've worked so hard to break this wall. Who knew that none of us would be inside? They'll definitely go crazy, right? Elder Lay and the others couldn't stop laughing. They were very happy, thinking of what the evil spirit race had done to them. This was considered a light punishment. If it wasn't for the situation, they really wanted to kill their way out. It's almost time. You can go back and explain the situation to the patriarch. Also, take these two phoenixes back to heal and detoxify them. Tianyun summoned the phoenixes. Although they were very good, he still chose to give them up. The phoenixes must be taken back. He couldn't just let him take them away, right? Elder Luo looked at Tianyun. He already knew what Tianyun wanted to do. Yes, as I said before, the plan hasn't changed. I'm going in. Tianyun looked at them and said, "Go first, I will go back soon." The three elders looked at each other and finally nodded. They knew how strong Tianyun was during this trip. With such a powerful teleportation, they no longer had to worry. Okay, let's go back and tell the patriarch about the situation here. You must be careful. Even if you have a move like teleportation, you still have to be careful. No move will always be effective. If you are trapped inside, it will not be worth it, Elder Luo said. They were all very worried about Tianyun. After all, he had helped them so much. In their hearts, they had already regarded Tianyun as a companion. How could they let him die at will? It's okay, I will go back soon. Tianyun smiled and motioned for them to leave quickly. After saying goodbye, they quickly left and did not stay here for long. It was impossible for them to follow him in. It was hard to say when fighting. They could die in a split second. Tianyun's teleportation was magical. They all knew that it couldn't be used often. More importantly, they couldn't easily support him unless they stayed by his side and killed him. However, they felt that it would be better for Tianyun to act alone. In this way, they would not be a burden. After they left, Tianyun did not go in immediately. His teleportation was still on cooldown. He could only stay here for an hour and then teleport in. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. His figure flashed and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he entered the interior. Now, it was a mess inside. Most of the cultivators were surrounding the beast cage. Tianyun glanced over there and hid his figure. No one noticed him at all. Most of the guards were attracted, so he could easily sneak in this time. It's roughly this way. Tianyun did not stop and went directly to the treasure area in the depths of the Heaven Underworld altar. He followed the directions of the Underworld treasure map. He wanted to see what the treasure would be. He hoped that it would be more precious than the Coiling Dragon treasure map and obtain better treasures. It would at least be a divine artifact or above. If it was only a divine artifact, it would be too unfair for him to return. Since most of the guards were gone, it was very easy for him to sneak in this time. Soon, he arrived at the treasure location according to the map. Chapter 5:26. Boom, boom, boom. Baron and the others kept bombarding the door, and with their attacks, the door began to loosen. This made them happy, and Ming-Chen said in surprise, "Hurry up and attack. They can't hold the door anymore. We will be able to get in soon." Originally, they thought that it would take a long time to break through the door, but now it seemed that the door was loosening. The outside of the door looked terrible, and the stone pillar that was holding the door was about to collapse. The inside of the door was supported by the stone pillar, and with Elder Luo and the others holding the door tightly, it didn't break through immediately. Now that they were gone, there was no one to hold the door, and it was obvious that the stone pillar was not strong enough to hold the door. Although the door was able to withstand a lot of the power, some of the power still passed through and shattered the stone pillar. Unless the stone pillar was enchanted with divine runes, it would be able to hold on for a little longer. The stone pillar was just an ordinary profound golden stone, and its hardness was definitely not weak, but with so many Spirit King stage experts attacking it crazily, it was bound to be difficult for it to withstand. Finally, after a while, under Baron's fierce attack, the stone pillar shattered and turned into a pile of rubble that fell to the ground. Boom! In the next moment, the door was violently smashed open, and Baron and the others led the way in. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at the surroundings. When they looked around, they found nothing. There were only piles of cages and the corpses of some patrolmen. Where are they? They glanced around and found no trace of aura. Even if they were strong enough to hide themselves, with so many Spirit King stage experts, they wouldn't be able to hide. Now, they looked around again and again, but they didn't see anything. All they could see was emptiness. What happened? Did they all disappear? They were shocked. Baron's body emitted a dragon roar, and he released a dragon shadow. He rushed forward with a giant sword in his hand and slashed at the cage in front of him. In an instant, most of the cage was cut in half. The remaining sword chi slashed at the wall, but it didn't have any effect at all. Where are they? Where are they? He roared furiously as he swung the supreme quality saint artifact in his hand wildly. Countless streaks of light wreaked havoc in the surroundings, but no matter how he swung, he was unable to force the person out. At most, the cage was cut into a few pieces, and a few marks were left on the walls. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Ming Chun and the others were even angrier. They had been smashing the door for so long, but there was no one inside. They opened their telegnosis ability to the fullest and searched every inch of the place. In the end, they might have found a few ants, but they couldn't find any human figures. It's gone. It's really gone. Baron retracted his attack, his eyes blazing with anger. He had wanted to kill his way in and ruthlessly punish these invaders. But who would have thought that after he entered, there would not even be a shadow of a person to be seen? All that was left were piles of broken cages, and not even a single demonic beast could be seen. This was too shocking. They really couldn't figure out where they had escaped from. Is there a secret passage here? That's impossible. There's definitely no secret passage here. Most of the secret passages have already been found by us. Ming Chen glanced around coldly and stared at the surrounding walls, trying to see if there were any secret passages. Search. Baron didn't waste time talking nonsense. He quickly stuck to the wall and searched for a secret passage. Niu Tunchen and the others also began to search. Void Spirit stage powerhouses were also arranged to look for secret passages. Whether it was the wall, the ceiling, or the ground, they were constantly searching for secret passages. Although they had already searched this place, they knew most of the secret passages in the Heaven Underworld altar. They had also searched this place, but there was no secret passage. Now that the humans and demonic beasts had disappeared, they could only suspect that they hadn't searched carefully or that the method they used was wrong. They must know about the secret passages. Otherwise, how could they disappear? It's impossible for them to kill men who so quietly. Baron said angrily, "Damn it! How could they know about the secret passages? How could they know about the secret passages that we don't know about?" Their hearts were filled with rage, but they were also filled with panic. Could it be that there were many places in the Heaven Underworld altar that they didn't know about? They absolutely didn't think that they could teleport out. With so many divine runes here, teleportation was just a fart. It was impossible to easily pass through. Thus, no matter how they thought about it, the most they could think of was to teleport to the secret passage, not to these people. No matter what, they could only brace themselves and search to see if there were any secret passages nearby. If they couldn't find the secret passages, the punishment they would receive would be absolutely terrible. If they could catch the intruders, then everything could be discussed. Now that the demonic beasts and the intruders were gone, their punishment would be severe. When they were about to continue searching, the entire heaven underworld altar suddenly shook. The surrounding walls glowed with a faint golden light, as if something had been activated. What's going on? Who started climbing the divine stairs? Baron and the others raised their heads in shock. Their faces immediately became gloomy. Could it be the intruders? Damn it! Hurry up and go take a look. Ming-Chen roared. It seemed that this had disrupted their plan. Then they quickly turned around and ran outside. Before leaving, Baron said to his subordinates, "You guys watch this side. If there is any movement, immediately run over and report it. No matter what, you have to stop them. If they escape, you are dead." Yes, their hearts trembled, but they could only agree like this. After giving their orders, they quickly rushed forward. After passing through a few passages, they finally passed through a passage. What came into view was a flight of stairs. Looking at it, there were at least 1,000 steps. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that someone was climbing up. He had already reached more than 100 steps, and his entire body was covered in a layer of light. When they saw this figure, they immediately shouted angrily, "Intruders!" The person climbing the stairs was, of course, not just anyone. It was Etianyan. When he first came in, he thought that there would be some kind of treasure. He didn't expect that there would be 999 steps to heaven. He climbed all the way up, but he didn't know where it led. He didn't think too much about it, and immediately climbed up. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped on it, it immediately caused a tremor. It was as if something had been triggered, causing the entire heaven underworld altar to move. The divine runes on the side kept flashing, looking like a miracle. Chapter 527. "You really are an intruder. Get down here." Baron roared. The holy sword in his hand aimed at Etianyan and fiercely stabbed towards Etianyan. An aurora pierced out from the tip of the sword and turned into a terrifying sharp blade, fiercely stabbing towards Etianyan. His battle prowess directly soared to 500 million. Etianyan turned around and was about to block the attack when suddenly a divine light enveloped him. When the attack hit him, it suddenly bounced back, and its power increased by a bit. In the next moment, it turned into an even stronger sword light and counterattacked Baron. Baron's eyes surged with a dragon phantom, and in an instant thick dragon scales appeared on his body. He firmly grasped the holy sword and fiercely slashed down at the incoming sword light. His strength once again soared by a large margin. "Break for me!" Baron roared and smashed the sword light, but he was still forced to retreat a few steps. The power of the attack that was bounced back was increased by a bit. He almost lost face. "Baron, have you forgotten that you can attack at will in this god ladder?" Ming-Chen sternly said, "Calm down. Although I don't know how this guy sneaked in, we will make him pay the price. Men whose death will not be in vain." Baron was completely blinded by anger, so as soon as he rushed over, he immediately attacked. Who would have thought that he couldn't attack here at all? Once he attacked, the attack would be bounced back, and the power would be even stronger. This played a protective role, so that the trial taker would not be disturbed in any way. There is also a protective role, very good. When Etianyan saw this scene, He suddenly felt happy in his heart. He thought that he would be attacked, but it seems like he was worried too much. God ladder. Heaven Ascension God ladder. A God ladder that can give people a trial. This was the information given by the appraisal. So he didn't know the details. He didn't expect that it would reflect the attack and protect the trial taker. You intruder! How the hell did you come here? Ming Chen looked at Yi Tianyun with cold eyes. He couldn't wait to kill him, but now he had no way to do so. Why should I tell you? Idiot! Yi Tianyun smiled. If he told him, he would be an idiot. Sure enough, the one who scolded me before was you. When Ming Chen heard this voice, he was furious, but he didn't lose his mind. He immediately attacked, as it was meaningless. The attack of a spirit king stage cultivator was like a fart in front of him. This was a temple built by the Divine King, and spirit king stage cultivators were nothing here. So what if I am? Hit me if you dare. Yi Tianyun mocked. You. Ming Chen's expression was one of anger. He immediately stepped onto the divine staircase and chased after Lin Fan. Just you wait. See if I don't teach you a lesson this time. Do you think you will be safe? When everything is over, I'll see how you die. Ming Chen, are we going to start early? At this time, Nangong Ming, who was behind Ming Chen, shouted. The sound of broken gongs and drums resounded. It was still very unpleasant to hear. What can we do if we don't start early? This kid has already started it. If we don't hurry up, this place is going to close. The next time will be 5 years later. Hurry up and come up. There won't be another chance if you're late. Ming Chen said coldly. This kid ruined our plan. Originally, I wanted to wait for other people to come, but now it seems that we have no choice but to go up first. Call all the cultivators above the core transformation stage to come here. Let them climb the divine ladder. Baron roared in anger. The subordinates behind him nodded and immediately turned around to call more people. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. After giving the order, Baron and the others climbed up one by one and chased after Yi Tianyun. In one breath, he directly chased up hundreds of stairs, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with Yi Tianyun. However, they could only glare at Yi Tianyun fiercely. They couldn't do anything to him. Under the protection of the divine rune's energy, no one could interfere with each other. Sure enough, there are treasures up there. Originally, I wanted to go through the trial, but I opened it ahead of time. Not bad. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up, looking at their situation. He knew that there were treasures up there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sped up to climb up. However, he also felt that this place was not simple. The higher he climbed, the more difficult it became. A heavy pressure dragged his feet, making it extremely difficult for him to climb up. Moreover, the higher he climbed, the heavier his legs felt, as if they were shackled to his feet. However, he found that the higher he climbed, the more beneficial it was for him. And that was the energy. Energy continuously poured into his body from the soles of his feet, and a rich spiritual power drilled into his body, strengthening his body. This was a special type of spiritual power that could strengthen one's physique. No wonder Baron let his subordinates quickly climb up. This was also beneficial to them. Before the end of the trial, they could enjoy the benefits of this place. In particular, this divine staircase was very wide. It was hundreds of meters long, enough to accommodate thousands of people at a time, so there was no need to worry about too many people. Heaven Ascending Divine Altar officially opened the trial. All cultivators above St. King stage are not allowed to participate. Violators will suffer the wrath of God. At this time, a heavy voice came from all directions, directly hitting their hearts. This voice didn't seem to come from their ears, but from their hearts. It was very strange. Then the surrounding divine runes were completely lit up. Suddenly they felt the pressure doubled. Their feet became heavier. but their spiritual power didn't increase at all. The first trial, one step to heaven and earth. One step to heaven and earth. Tianyun was startled. He didn't know what this meant. While he was hesitating, Ming Chen had already left him behind and climbed up at a faster speed. When he saw Tianyun didn't move, he sneered. "Trash, why can't you climb up?" The first one to climb up, even a core transformation stage cultivator, can climb faster than you. They can't help but ridicule Tianyun for being so slow. They can only vent their anger by mocking him. Tianyun didn't speak. He frowned and thought for a while, then continued to climb up step by step, step by step. His speed was not fast nor slow, each step firmly on the stairs. When the spiritual power was transmitted to him, he carefully felt it, as if there was something mysterious about it. When he carefully felt it, he immediately felt that the spiritual power that poured into him had a special power. If he didn't carefully feel it, he would really think that it was ordinary spiritual power that he could absorb at will. When he carefully felt it, he found that what was transmitted to him turned out to be a martial art. Every strand of spiritual energy contained information about martial arts, but the content was relatively small. Only by accumulating a little bit could one understand the content. Chapter 528. Trash, hurry up and come up. Why are you walking so slowly? Are you crippled? That's right. Stupid boy, hurry up and come up. If you don't have the ability, then get out of here. He must be stalling for time. He can't go up, but he doesn't dare to come down. The guards next to him glared at Tianyun and wanted him to hurry up, but Tianyun didn't slow down at all. Instead, he climbed up step by step, and every step he took was very steady. He turned a deaf ear to the voices around him, as if he couldn't hear anything at all. Is this kid stalling for time? Does he think that he can't go up, so he keeps walking slowly? Baron's face was cold. He wanted to wait for Tianyun to come up and beat him up, but he didn't expect that Tianyun wouldn't come up at all. They had already reached the 600th and 700th step, but Tianyun was still at the 200th step. His speed was much slower than theirs. That's possible. He thinks that he is absolutely safe here. When we rush up and meet the 30 candidates, he will be kicked out. Ming Chen sneered and said, "At that time, we will besiege him and let him die without a burial place." When more than 30 people climbed to the top, the divine ladder would stop working, and all the cultivators who didn't climb to the top would be kicked out. That's right. Let's put an end to his stupidity and ignorance. Baron sneered. They continued to climb up, but their speed was much slower than before. Even if they were at the Spirit King stage, it was still not easy to climb up here. The higher the cultivation, the greater the pressure. Tianyun didn't care about what they thought, and he just climbed up little by little. But when he reached the end, his speed became a little faster, but every step he took was still steady, and his spiritual power kept flowing into his body. The content of the ladder was getting more and more, and he gradually felt that he had pieced together a martial art book. Of course, it was only the first 1 or 2 pages, and when the content was pieced together, he barely managed to piece together 1 or 2 pages. He felt like he still couldn't piece together a martial art book even after climbing to the 999th step. It would probably only be about 3 or 4 pages, not a lot. As he moved faster and faster, Baron and the others' faces sank when they saw him. They hoped that Tianyun wouldn't come up and would just stay below. That way, when they satisfied the conditions, Tianyun would be chased out. Don't worry. Even if he succeeds, we can still kill him later. Ming Chen sneered. His plan had not changed. It was just that there were other plans for different situations. But it looks like we should go first. We have about 50 people here. We're definitely faster than him. Niu Tunchen laughed. They were surrounded by about 50 people. Apart from them, There were many void spirit stage and core transformation stage cultivators who were much stronger than Etianyun. From the looks of it, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. It was highly likely that Etianyun would not be able to catch up no matter what. As it turned out, they were overthinking things. Etianyun only sped up a few steps before slowing down. Some of the stairs even stood there steadily for a short period of time, as if they were adapting to the pressure. It seems that I was overthinking. This kid's cultivation is very weak. I suspect that he is at the core transformation stage. Ming-Chen said, "It seems that he is even weaker than ordinary core transformation stage cultivators. But where are his companions? He can't be alone. Why is he here? Where are the others?" Baron looked around, but he couldn't see anyone else. No matter what, we must catch him and force him to tell us all the secrets of the secret passage. Otherwise, how could he sneak in here so easily? Ming Chen's eyes were cold. He couldn't let the enemy know about the secret passage. Even if the enemy knew about it, they must know about it. They nodded and continued to climb up. No matter what happened to Etianyun, they must catch him alive and force him to tell them everything. They didn't know why Etianyun was alone, but they had to catch him first. The situation on Etianyun's side didn't change. He slowed down not because of the pressure, but because the pressure here meant nothing to him. If it was a competition of speed, he would definitely crush the other cultivators, but he didn't do that. He still needed to slowly understand the secret passage. Some of the stairs had a lot of martial arts information, so he deliberately slowed down his pace and carefully comprehended the profound mysteries within. He could feel that this was an extremely amazing martial art. It was at least a heaven-level martial art, and it was a very powerful heaven-level martial art. It was very likely to be a high-grade heaven-level martial art. This was not impossible. After all, this was a heaven-level martial art built by a god king. If it was not a high-grade heaven-level martial art, he would feel that it was not good. In short, he was not worried about the situation around him at all. No matter how fast the other party ran, it had nothing to do with him. As time passed, Ming-Chen was the first to reach the top. After successfully reaching the top, he looked down at Etianyun and sneered. This kid is still climbing up slowly. He doesn't know what will happen to him. Ba Long and the others also quickly reached the top. The gap between them was not big, so they were able to reach the top quickly. As time passed, more than a dozen people had successfully reached the top. At this time, Etianyun had only reached 600 to 700 steps, and there were still nearly 300 steps to go. 2 more. Hurry up and come up. Ming-Chun casually looked at the people around him. There were still 2 more people left, and it would be enough for 30 people. The few core transformation stage cultivators who were struggling to climb up wiped the sweat on their foreheads and continued to climb up. This was extremely difficult for them as it could temper their physiques. However, the overall difficulty wasn't that great, so they could still climb up. Finally, under their efforts, 2 of them successfully climbed up the divine stairs. As soon as they climbed up, the whole divine stairs flickered and instantly covered the whole room. "Haha, you are dead!" Ming-Chen laughed and looked down at the people below. "All of you block the entrance and catch this kid." In their opinion, Etianyun's cultivation was very weak, so they didn't need to go down to catch him. If his cultivation was very low, he would have climbed up a long time ago. Why would he need to climb up bit by bit? The next moment, after a flash of divine light, all the cultivators except for Etianyun were sent flying away, leaving only Etianyun on the spacious divine stairs. Chapter 529. After the divine ladder flashed, other than Etianyun, the rest of the cultivators were all sent flying. On the spacious divine ladder, Etianyun was the only one left looking like a crane in a flock of chickens. At this time, Baron and the others were all stunned. They thought that Tianyun would definitely be sent flying. As long as there were 30 people on the ladder, the rest of the participants would be sent flying, which was equivalent to being eliminated. At this time, they could not continue to climb up and could only obediently stay below and watch. What's going on? Nothing happened to him. Ming Chun and the others were dumbfounded. After coming to their senses, they looked at each other in dismay, feeling that this was really too strange. In the past, they had all come up, and as long as 30 people were satisfied, the rest would be sent flying. Therefore, no matter how many people participated in the trial, in the end, only 30 people could pass the first trial. Not to mention them, even Tianyun did not know what was going on. Seeing so many cultivators sent flying, he felt a little surprised. It seems that after reaching 30 people, this trial is equivalent to the end. I have no problem. Could it be that if I successfully comprehend the content of the trial, I will not be excluded? Tianyun thought about it carefully. It is very likely that this is the case. This place must be to select the inheritor or something if even the cultivator who has the qualifications to be the inheritor is excluded. It is too unfair to just compare the speed. He thought that those who had a chance of successfully comprehending could continue to climb up. If they did not comprehend anything, they could still pass, but it was limited to 30 people. Strange, how can he be fine? Baron shouted, "You all continue to climb up and try." Baron's subordinates quickly tried to climb up the divine ladder, but before they could even get close, they were blocked by a layer of light, unable to enter. "Lord Baron, we can't pass at all. We are completely blocked." Those subordinates helplessly shook their heads. No matter how they tried, they could not pass. They were all blocked by a layer of light. Not only can the people below not come up, we also can't continue forward. Ming Chen turned his head to look behind him. There was a door behind them, and it was now tightly closed. It was obvious that they could not pass. It seemed that if Tianyun did not come up, this door would not open for a while. Are we going to wait for him to come up? Baron's expression was unsightly. He had thought that he would be able to see Tianyun's expression begging for mercy, but now they had to wait for Tianyun to come up. "Hurry up and come up, idiot!" Ming Chen shouted from above. "If you can't climb up, then get out of here." They kept shouting and mocking Tianyun, trying to chase him away. Tianyun looked at them leisurely and said, "What's the rush? Just wait. We have plenty of time anyway." He climbed up bit by bit, not worried at all about the situation above. He still had to thoroughly understand the martial arts here, so he couldn't waste this opportunity. Either you don't do it, or you do it to the best of your abilities. They were about to explode from anger. They were already furious, and now they had to wait for Tianyun to come up slowly. This made them even more furious. Unfortunately, they couldn't attack. If they could attack, Tianyun would have already been blown to pieces by them. Following that, Tianyun turned a deaf ear to them and continued to climb up step by step, comprehending the martial arts here bit by bit. The surrounding people could only watch from the side, unable to do anything. Finally, after several days of comprehension, Tianyun finally reached the peak. Just as he stepped onto the top of the divine ladder, a divine light surged from the surroundings and drilled into their bodies. Some challengers had it, some didn't. Roughly, more than half of the challengers had it. Among them, the light that enveloped Tianyun was the most dazzling, but it was only dazzling, and there wasn't much feeling. Tianyun also didn't feel the slightest bit strange. It was just a very ordinary light, and it didn't bring him any benefits. However, in his mind, there were about 3 more pages of martial arts, and he already had a general idea of what the content was. Divine Art of Universe. What was the name of the martial arts chapter? The content shown in these 3 pages was only the first level, and it was obvious that there were several more levels behind it. Although it was only the first level, he could already see what level of martial arts. It was high-grade, heaven-level martial arts. This was not out of his expectations. It must be a high-grade heaven-level martial art, not an ordinary earth-level martial art, and definitely not a low-grade heaven-level martial art. Sorry to keep you waiting. Tianyan grinned. He knew that he still couldn't attack here. As long as his body was enveloped by the light, no one could attack unless they wanted to die. Although I don't know what happened this time. Consider yourself lucky. Ming Chen and the others stared at Tianyan. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and they couldn't wait to cut Tianyan into pieces, but they couldn't do anything about it. I have always been this lucky. Tianyan said with a faint smile. Where did you hide those demon beasts? Baron asked in a stern voice. Why should I tell you? If you have the ability, go find them yourself. Don't ask me. Tianyan laughed and lifted his foot to walk forward, but after a few steps, he turned his head and said to them, By the way, who said that I couldn't climb up? It's a pity that I still came up, but with so many people staring at me, I felt a little embarrassed. Thank you for your attention. You have a glib tongue. It will only make your death more painful. Ming Chen's eyes were cold, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. They all knew what was going to happen next. So although they were angry, they were looking forward to seeing Tianyan's painful expression. Is that so? I am looking forward to it. Tianyan smiled and walked over. At this time, the closed door in front of him rumbled and began to slowly open, revealing a spacious road in front of him. They knew where it led, but Tianyan didn't know. But with the protection of the divine light, he didn't have to worry about any danger. After they entered, the door closed with a loud bang, isolating the other cultivators outside. They wanted to know what was going on inside, but it seemed impossible, so they could only look at each other outside, not knowing what was going on. Where is everyone? At this time, 2 Spirit King Stage experts rushed in from outside and found that there was no one on the divine ladder. Sir, they have already gone up. One of the guards said awkwardly, What happened? They didn't wait for us. The Spirit King Stage experts and Void Spirit Stage experts were completely stunned, and they didn't know what was going on. They had worked so hard to get here, and now the trial had begun? No, it's an invader, and the trial has begun ahead of time. An invader. Chapter 530. As soon as Tianyan and his group stepped into the passage, the door immediately closed. In front of them was a spacious passage that led to nowhere. However, Ming Chen and his group quickened their pace and quickly moved forward, wanting to leave Tianyan behind. However, no matter how fast they were, Tianyan's speed was just as fast. He closely followed them and did not allow them to leave even the slightest gap. In the end, Ming Chen and his group found that not only did they not leave Tianyan behind, but they had also left their own people far behind. This kid has some skill. Ming Chen and his group were shocked. They did not expect Tianyan's speed to be so amazing. It seemed that the inside of the trial was not as simple as it looked. Soon, they passed through the passage and entered an empty area. Then, they saw another set of stairs. However, this time, there didn't seem to be that many stairs. Furthermore, each flight of stairs was quite high, like a mountain that was more than 100 feet tall. There were not many steps in front of them, only 10 steps. However, each step was dozens of feet high. That meant that the steps were over 100 feet high. It was truly shocking. Welcome to the second trial. One step to the heavens. The deep voice once again gushed out from their hearts, causing their hearts to tremble. However, Ming Chen and his group were not surprised at all. Obviously, they had been here before, so they were not surprised at all. This is the last trial. Let's climb up and finish him." Ming Chen and his group nodded to each other and immediately rushed up and began to climb the towering stairs. Compared to walking before, this time they were climbing the towering stairs. There were countless pits on the stairs through which they could climb up. If they could fly here, they would have directly flown up instead of slowly climbing up, which was too slow. However, for them, this was also a kind of trial that could temper themselves. One step to the heavens. Interesting. Yi Tianyan rushed up and grabbed the stairs to climb up. When his hands touched the stairs, immediately a stream of energy flowed into his hands. But this time, it was not like before, where spiritual power constantly flowed into his body, but through his palms, it wanted to extract spiritual power from his body, from the previous giving to the current demanding. However, if he wanted to let go, he could easily do so. He wouldn't be stuck there and have his spiritual power sucked out until he died. Just letting go meant that he would fall, and then he would have to start all over again. Of course, Yi Tianyan wasn't worried about this. He just wanted to feel if there was any martial arts information in it. As he slowly climbed up, he quickly discovered that there was no information being transmitted. It was simply extracting the spiritual power in his body. Other than that, there was nothing else. Seems like there's no effect. Yi Tianyan thought that he would be able to absorb some kind of martial arts, but it seemed like there wasn't any this time. It was just a simple climb. Boy, if you have the ability to catch up with us this time, catch up with us like before. Ming Chen couldn't help but shout at Yi Tianyan, indicating that he could catch up with them easily. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only vent it through cursing. "Grandson, your proposal is not bad." Yi Tianyan smiled brightly. While Ming Chen was stunned, he rushed forward like a fierce dragon, climbing forward crazily. In an instant, he surpassed many cultivators who had climbed up earlier than him and chased after Ming Chen. "Who are you calling a grandson?" Ming Chen scolded angrily, but he didn't slow down and continued to climb up. But overall, Yi Tianyan's speed is better. As if he's flying, he quickly runs up the mountain. As soon as Ming Chen reached the first step, Yi Tianyan quickly followed him and landed on the first step together with him. As soon as he stood firm, Yi Tianyan immediately felt a surge of energy from the soles of his feet and began to strengthen his physique and cultivation. Ding! You got 5 million experience points. When he successfully climbed up, a surge of energy directly provided him with 5 million experience points, which was quite a considerable amount. At the same time, he felt his body strengthen a little, but only a little. His physique was already strong enough, so there was no way to strengthen it greatly. According to this situation, it was no wonder that Baron and the others also came here. This was a small improvement for them, and it was better than staying in the cultivation room. In addition, the most important thing was that the chapters of martial arts continued to pour in and began to piece together the remaining content for him. It seems that I have to successfully climb up a step to continue to get this reward. Yi Tianyan's eyes lit up. He was thinking about whether to directly teleport to the highest step. Now it seemed that it was not necessary. He had to climb up one step at a time to get this reward. If he teleported, he could ignore all the rules and directly reach the top, which was simply a heaven-defying act. Of course, he would not do this. Everything was for the reward, so he could only climb up honestly. This was the same as when he climbed the Nether Gate before. If it were not for experience points, he would have directly teleported to the top. Ming Chen and the others were also feeling the spiritual power inside. Their original purpose was to come here for the trial, but who knew that Yi Tianyan would open it in advance? How could they not be angry? Continue. After Yi Tianyan finished absorbing the spiritual power, he quickly climbed up. At this time, Ming Chen had just finished absorbing the spiritual power, so he quickly followed. "Grandson, aren't you a bit too slow?" Yi Tianyan laughed and continued to climb up. His speed was quite amazing. Even if Ming Chun ran with all his might, he was still a bit slower than him. Even Baron and the others could not keep up quickly. They all desperately climbed up, using all their strength, but still could not catch up with Tianyan. Why is his speed so fast? Is he not affected by the situation here? Ming Chun and the others' faces were livid. They originally thought that they could catch up, but in the end, they found that the distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. Could it be that this kid is hiding his strength? They were shocked. If he was hiding his strength, then how strong was his real strength? However, climbing up could not show his full strength, but they could see some clues. Tianyan did not pay attention to their suspicions. He quickly climbed up in order to quickly get the reward, unlike before, when he slowly climbed up one step at a time. This place was very difficult for others. The biggest difficulty was that the higher they climbed, the stronger the suction force. Climbing like this, it was like their hands were covered with mucus, and it took a lot of effort to climb up